A very good morning and welcome along to Edgbaston Community Sports Ground for Warwickshire versus Essex. Two sides out of contention for further qualification when it comes to the Metrobank One Day Cup. The two teams desperately seeking a victory, just 3 wins between them in this competition so far this season. It's Warwickshire's last home game of the campaign. They have 13 points with just a couple of wins so far. Essex, with just 1 win, find themselves bottom of the table. I'm Michael McCann. It's a great pleasure to have the company on this slightly chilly morning in Birmingham of Barbara Daniels, one-time England World Cup winner.
Oh, so many years ago now. But yes, it's not that warm, and we've got a little bit of rain in prospect, but we're going to get started on time. Looking forward to seeing these two teams in action.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of showers around. It's one of those kind of mornings where there's a bit of chatter about the possibility of showers, and as we glance up at the sky, it's easy to think that might all be happening. We're 3 minutes or so from the first ball, but still get players, umpires out on field, just as I mentioned that. Cue. Umpires Hughes and to field. Your match referee is Hughes. Your scorer is Hughes and your umpires are Steve Anton. Your match referee is Alex One, Warwickshire toss and have elected have a bowl. There is a short boundary on one side coming towards and a very much longer boundary on the fact, having been out in the test. I think that's twice as long. Just
want to comment on the stylish nature of the umpires' hats.
This is the kind of thing that's all that.
Well, I think it's particularly I bring.
What struck you the umpires' hats?
Well, I like colour. The width of brim is quite significant. Yeah, no, I think they look quite stylish. I'm not going to need to. We'll see.
Yes, the hat does feel like something of a cosmetic luxury. It's very much more for aesthetic than anything else. But yeah, you get a bit of everything from Barbara Daniels on co-commentary. Someone with a Test century, an ODI century, and also an ability to run through the important aesthetics of the day. So I can already tell it's going to be a great day of fun with you.
I like to think I'm multifaceted.
Oh, we're in the era of 3D cricketers, right? So out to the middle.
Do you think we ever were not in an era of 3D cricketers? That's what I'd like to say.
I wouldn't be well placed to necessarily comment because I was born in 1993.
All right. We're starting on that already.
For those who don't know, Barbara Daniels is a World Cup winner in that exact year. Izzy Wong is fielding in front of us. That's just giving you an idea of where we are in the commentary box. We are at what, depending on the batter being left-handed or right-handed, when the bowling is coming from this end, is effectively sort of a deep point or a deep square leg, and there isn't actually, as far as I understand, any official names for the two ends at this ground, but we're going to call this end where the first over will come from the Roebuck Road end as a result of the serenity. You see the net behind, and we'll call the other end where the Seating Road end. Scrivens from the Brian English cricket is ready to start. Is at the non-true end, and all ready for the field test. Just bang it, Scrivens helps it down the corner and we're down, staring left from deep fine leg. Decent intentional blunder, but Scrivens helped it on for a boundary.
Well, it's a nice way to get going on anybody, isn't it? It shows us the pace of the straight. Looked very nice, the straight actually did when we went out there, didn't it? Really happy to get away.
Yeah, so
with that.
It does look a track for that. By one of the conditions, and maybe the potential for rain to be lost over the sense to as a team second influenced Warwickshire winning the toss and bowl. That will have to be straight down leg. Hannah Hardwick, proper local, born in Dudley, which is one place that you associate with this part of the world, so that you almost can't stop yourself.
Exactly. It's very different from Birmingham. You have to understand the
equivalent at that time, and that saw Blaze be denied a semi-final spot quite unexpectedly. It was a game where Blaze rocked up against Sparks, probably thinking they were in form, they needed that win to sneak into the knockouts, and actually Hannah Hardwick was a big reason they didn't get it.
She's got a very long run, hasn't she, from here?
Yeah, she does. You do see a lot of young bowlers in particular. She's starting almost outside the 30-yard circle. Hardwick again banging it in, and this will be 4 more. Short and wide. It was a bit of an awkward slash at it from Dowse, who wasn't fully in control of that, but both openers found the boundary in the first over.
Yes, I don't generally anyone touch that really. So, yes, they'll be happy they've got from 4. Some pace here from once you find line, I think.
No changes for from the side. Last time out, lost 4 runs, 3 days ago. If Luke gets on with that, we get reduced 17 moves. That's going down the middle. Although, in some ways, quite a few of the players involved would have been more familiar with that because it became 100 ball. It became most of the game, except in 7 overs of 6 rather than sets of 5.
When there was a game, I think this is here.
Yeah, so done a few days ago about all involved. The last game Warwickshire played was before the 100, back on 30th of July. That short to pay out to Dowse 1. So you should make 2 changes to that team. The last he played back on the 30th of July, lost by 3 wickets with 80 balls to spare against Surrey. And they were bowled out for 239 with 7.5 overs left, and Surrey chased it, just 3 wickets in hand. Those 2 changes, Millie Taylor and Sophie Beach out, and the 2 Hannahs, Baker and Hardwick, who of course is bowling now, coming in. Short again, with 11 without loss after 1. Can run you through those teams. Now for Warwickshire, it's Meg Austin, Beth Ellis, Amusu and Kumar, Davina Perrin, Abby Freeborn, Nat Wraith, Izzy Wong, Georgia Davis, Phoebe Brett, and those 2 aforementioned Hannahs, Baker and Hunch, so Griffith Gerard, Evie, Flo Miller, Sophie Munro, Ariana Dowse, and Esma Gregg, and Abd Haas. Squad for Essex, Kate Kopak, Cordelia Griffith, and on loan from Lancashire Liberty Heap, Bryony Gilgrass and Sophie Beach in the squad, but not making it into the 11 for this one. First over from the City Road end will be a cricketer who needs no introduction to anyone who's kept even a passing interest in women's cricket over recent times. On the field, bowls rockets. Off the field, so often they're a guest star on tail enders, Izzy Wong.
She starts with just a little wide down the leg side there, just again searching for a line.
Wong bowling from what we've coined for today as the City Road end, and for all she's had overall, a summer that's been seen in some senses as a bit of a resurgence, she hasn't had the record in this competition she wants. She has 8 wickets at an average of 48 and an economy rate of 5.5.
She's coming in again. Corrects the line, goes outside the off stump, not picked up by the keeper, and they cross through for a single, so for a bye. It's interesting that though, isn't it? The stats don't tell the whole story, I think, with Izzy. I think, I've seen her play a few times for Warwickshire and obviously, on the television, and I think the biggest thing you can see is that she just looks like she's enjoying herself, and she didn't for the last year or 2, so I just think that's a really key sign. Fit and healthy, and the record, I think. So now makes and yeah, we'll show in the stats in the end. But I think it would good for England cricket as well. This is back in that, I think.
It doesn't feel like a million years ago that was not getting that side and was going out and storm to play.
So he's in again. To the left-handed Essex captain. It's like misfield, but isn't any more than the single just through. And that irritating left and right into gear scale.
It's part of the dance.
Is it a dance?
Tiffany really gets now. Yep.
I think it's coming the other side. It's going to be wide. I think both bowlers, are struggling with that left and right hand, just line as yet.
There is a little bit of slope out there.
There is a slope, isn't there?
It's not prodigious, but Wong here is just slightly bowling uphill as she runs in. Not by a lot, but it's enough to make a difference. It doesn't take a lot.
She strides in now. Another one down the leg side. It's decent pace, but just not getting her line right just at the moment. So she'll be a bit frustrated with that.
Of course, this is not the only game in this competition going on today. By any stretch, a full programme of fixtures. And there's also a Tier 2 semi-final. It's Durham Hampshire at Chester the Street, Surrey Lancashire at Beckenham, and Somerset Blaze at Taunton.
As Wong comes in again, and this time that's a much better line and length, just played forward into the covers for no run.
We'll be keeping you updated on those ones, and that Tier 2
There's
semi-final.
There's a lot going on, isn't there?
Oh, that's all right. We've got
and a men's international as well, I think, isn't there?
Not too bothered about the name.
Just that there's just a lot to keep your eyes on, which is great, isn't it? It's good for the game. Often seasons were done by now. So again, decent line and length, a strong stride forward, driven into the covers, no run.
Yeah, that semi-final I mentioned at Radlett, Middlesex versus Yorkshire, rematch of what was the League 2 Ballast final, where Middlesex thrashed Yorkshire by 10 wickets. So Yorkshire looking for a bit of revenge. If they win that, they will play Glamorgan, who won yesterday against Northants in the other semi-final.
As Wong approaches again into Dowse. Oh, and that's a genuine flash outside the off stump. No edge through to the keeper. A little bit of excitement. So Wong has got the radar back on track a little now.
Yeah, she's right up there when it comes to watchability, is he wrong?
Yeah.
It's that kind of cricketer that makes things happen.
And I think she looks much smoother in her run-up than she had been doing the last year or two. Just it looks wholly more relaxed, I think, as she comes in again. And, oh, that's a lovely shot. Just eased through point. Lovely square drive. Not trying to overhit to the very short boundary, but yeah, there's not much margin for error there, is there? It beats the field. It's definitely 4, I think. Beats the infield.
Shot of the day so far, I'd say that was.
Very good shot.
I mean, those 2 boundaries that we saw in the first over, he's 20 without loss after 2 when you're chucking the wides as well. Those boundaries in that first over, both saw the batter just slightly out of control of it. That was...
Yeah, no, that was beautiful. Just not tried to over, just eased into the covers.
So now Hardwick looking for a slightly tighter tighter second over than her first. Well, that's just maybe kept a little bit low. That'll be a wide, just trying to slant the ball a little too far across the left-handed Scrivens, who I mentioned at the top her future credentials. I do think, and I say this from speaking in a purely personal capacity, I think you're looking at a future England captain in Grace Scrivens, but this is someone who's consistently been one of the best batters in the country while being a very young leader of a side that often have been finding it very difficult to get results, which is an impressive combination from her point of view. Scrivens will get 1 this time, down to Wong at deep point. She has gone past 400 runs in the competition with what she's amassed so far today. She's averaging in the mid-40s at a steady strike rate of 77 per 100 balls, but that strike rate also, as her teammates have privately told me, often reflects the fact that this season she hasn't had the support from the rest of the batting group she'd want. So you're all too aware that you can't necessarily always go through the gears as you would like, because your wicket is so valuable to the team.
Well, it's going to be another wide, I think. The keeper's having an interesting time there and doing very well. But again, going back to that point, that's again the stats on their own don't tell you the whole story, do they? So if you're a very good player in a perhaps a less successful team, as you say, the weight of your wicket counts more. You can't play in quite the same way, so you have to understand that context when you're judging players, I think.
Scrivens has 400, just over 400 runs now. The next highest for Essex is Jodie Grucott with 233. It's a big gap. That's
a play and a miss.
And that's going to dribble through. That's going to go through for 4 byes. So the extra's racking up here early for Warwickshire.
That's not easy for the keeper though, that either. That pretty much rolled on the floor after it bounced.
Hardwick looking for a breakthrough. Looking to pull things back a bit here. Well, that's going to be wide as well. So 1 to 27 already in the middle of the 3rd over, and Essex have already conceded 12 extras. which is pretty eye-watering at this stage of things.
That is a lot. They'll need to come back from that. I say it's not. I don't think it's easy for the keepers and the people behind the bat either. Just in terms of how low it keeps after it's going past the stump.
That's left alone. Traditional leave from Dowse, who's had loan spells at points with Middlesex and Northampton Tier 2 this season. It's one thing we've seen a few Tier 1 sides often do, which is use that loan system to give players a bit more experience. And that is down leg, so that's going to be another wide. That is the 8th wide of the contest. And well, if it keeps remotely going like this, they're going to have to be careful of overrate here as well. We're 15 minutes in, and we are
still in the third over.
We're midway through the third over. Short cut shot, nicely timed. Long boundary out there, but it will go. Good shot from Dowse. Deep backward point chasing around and no chance.
It's interesting that she's obviously trying not to bowl the wide. She bowls shorter, and then you get punished when she's pushing it up. Seems to be, she just can't control that at the moment.
But he's up just 2 games left after today, out of semi-final contention. Hardwick this time is driven straight to Davina Perrin at extra cover, who of course scored that magnificent 100 in the 100 recently. And I'm sure many of you that follow women's cricket in a fair bit of detail have been slightly enjoying the way it seems like a whole load of the world have only discovered at that point that she exists, when to anyone that's kept more than a passing eye on women's cricket, Davina Perrin has been one of, if not the most promising youngster around for quite some time when it comes to English players coming through.
Well, and maybe that is part of the job of the 100, to expose people to a different level of interest, and she's definitely done that. She's obviously been on the radar for a little while, and we want to see her continue to develop and in a kind of way not get too overexcited too soon, I think. But I think the cat's out of the bag now, well and truly.
Yes, exactly. End of the third over, 33 without loss, 13 extras. Dowse has 13, Scrivens has 7. I guess what you hope as well is that players that have seen an exciting talent like her then actually come and watch county cricket and come and watch, because take away a few of the extra overseas, it is the same players in a different set of kit.
Yes, and you would want more people to come to games like this and come and see these players. As we're talking, Davina Perrin has just come off the pitch, not sure why. She's done her ankle.
Tina Goff, our literally pitch side reporter, keeping an eye on things. As one comes in for her second over, and it's a very traditional leave from Scrivens, who there's an in-joke about Grace Scrivens in the Sunrisers camp that Joe Gardner was telling me about a little while back, which is basically that every game someone is there in an ECB tracksuit, she scores runs. She's known for the fact within this group that essentially the bigger the game for Sunrisers and now Essex, the better she performs.
Well, then they need to hire an ECB tracksuit, don't they?
I never thought of it like that, actually. That's not a bad idea. Scrivens is driving, nice looking shot, but straight to Suren Kumar at mid-off. She actually started out at Kent, which of course historically was a place that produced as much, if not more, England quality players than anywhere in the country. Have ended up in Tier 2 in the restructure, but then has been with Sunrisers right through that time. Has played at London Spirit and 100 as well as Trent Rockets. Now in action for Essex, of course, in the new structure. That's gone sort of into the 5-pad just from the angles. It wasn't the best shout. You can always tell when the bowler is totally disinterested, and Wong did not even think to appeal. And when the appeals come from the fielders at point and at cover, and the wicket-keeper as well is not particularly bothered about it, that's always a sign.
You just get a bit excited, don't you?
Searching for something a little bit here. 33.
I don't think I've seen Grace Scrivens bat live before. I think I must have seen her a little interesting tussle here that she's... Oh, I thought she was winning that one, but fine leg has stopped that. So just for a single, help round the corner.
Scrivens on to 8.
She's got quite a low grip and quite a low stance. So that's what I'm just sort of beginning to look at. Because she's quite tall, actually.
Yeah. Very fluid through that straight V often when she gets going, and then you see that bottom hand come through when whipping through mid-wicket. There's a lot to like. She plays both as a captain and a batter of someone with way more maturity than
And how old do you say
21
she is?
years.
21,
yeah.
These are all good signs, though, aren't they, for England women's cricket, I think.
Wrong this time. It's driven through the covers. Weight is the call, and it's a good call because it's well fielded. Just on the angle that heads you out to our commentary box.
Oh, that's quite a term, commentary box, isn't it?
It's a reflexive term based on 10 years of experience in professional broadcasting, but you're quite right. To be more literal, I don't think there's anything boxed about it. Although we're boxed in outside the PMOA area. Square drive. Flies off the face of the bat, away for 4. So it's getting a little bit expensive early doors here for Warwickshire. And
Wong's asking about a third man, but at the end of the over, I think that was there's a bit more edge in that, I think. So I think a little bit of frustration from Wong, but it has just flown for 4.
So it's 38 without loss after 4. So, I mean, we were talking pre-game about players adjusting to life back outside the 100. Of course, Essex have had this reduced 17-over game that was a version of, and Warwickshire have had a game rained off. And right now, we're on a sort of 100/T20 level run rate after 4 overs.
And it is a shift of mindset. And 50 overs is a long time, and it is. You just have to get your head back in gear. And it's the end of a long season and all of that, isn't it? Too longer for, let's say, than it has been at that intensity for some of them. I think that's as we go professionally, that's something that people have to build up. Is just that the intensity, the length of season, the physicality of it, as well as the mental switches between formats.
We are going to have a change of bowling here. I'm not surprised. The scoreboard is somewhat dictated that Warwickshire have got to do something a bit different. Spin into the action in just the 5th over, much earlier than you would have expected, having won the toss and chosen to bowl. And it's a bit of a loosener in truth. Short. Scrivens gets this away for what will be a couple. Good tumbling stop out on that boundary to ensure it's no more than that. So 40 without loss now.
This is Phoebe Brett, isn't it? Left arm.
Yeah, she's taken a lot of wickets this season on loan at Worcestershire. So that's Fuller, just worked by Scrivens, away for 1. He's one of a few players who've had that loan time out in Tier 2 to get competitive cricket when hasn't been breaking into the Warwickshire team, and this is a chance for her to make a bit of a point, play her way into being potentially more of a Warwickshire regular in times coming forward.
She gets the chance to bowl at the right-hander now.
Short and cut straight at point by Dowse. Mariana Dowse, who was dropped down to 8 in the batting order in that midweek game against Hampshire at Chelmsford.
She was down to 8 for that, and she's opening the batting today.
Well, so she was dropped down to 8 because of the nature of the fact that it's become a 17-over game, and they feel like she's a builder at the top of the order, so they sent the likes of Eva Gray, Sophia Smell up in pursuit of that target. In truth, it was a poor chase from Essex by pretty much their own admission. They kept Hampshire to 101 for 7, so just tickle under a run of ball, despite 31 off 20 from Freya Kemp and 31 off 30 from Maya Boucher. So that's short. and hammered away, but Suren Kumar's out there at deep mid-wicket to keep it to 1, protecting what is a very short boundary in front of us. Esme McGregor took 2 for 17 off her 4, and ultimately they fell 4 runs short in the chase. First change in the commentary box. Barbara Daniels will take a well-earned rest in the chair that's by the bush that we've seen there. A little bird just climb its way through a few moments ago underneath Tina Goff, and we will swap one excellent batter for another, as one-time World Cup winner Barbara Daniels is replaced by the German international Tina Goff, a good friend of mine from plenty of cricket tournament over the years, and with her Eagles associations, I wouldn't blame her for being one-eyed in supporting Essex today. She will instead, I'm sure, provide you brilliantly neutral commentary. A very good morning to you.
Morning, Michael. Yeah, not quite a World Cup winner, but you know, it's a tough act to follow, Barbara, but I'll do my very best.
Izzy Wong continuing. Wong with another wide. Both opening seam bowlers just struggling with their lines and lengths, just to whisk you around the grounds. At Chester the Street, Durham batting against Hampshire, 20 for 1 in the 5th. Surrey 24 without loss after 5 at the absolute road that is Beckenham against Lancashire. And there has been a ground delay, which means that Somerset versus Blaze at Taunton has not yet begun. Long this time is driven straight to Freeborn at extra cover.
It's been a bit of a disappointing start for Warwickshire, hasn't it, really, with the amount of extras they've bowled. The 2 openers for Essex, they've played well, but I don't think they've had to play that well because of the bowling of Warwickshire, just not quite hitting their lines when they have got it on the pitch. It's been a bit short and wide, and it's just allowed the Essex batters just lead into that shot. It's a bit of a recovery job early on here for Warwickshire.
Oh, big appeals. Umpire unmoved. You just wonder whether there's a little bit of desperation as well, straining to get a wicket. Height potentially an issue.
Yeah, I would have gone with the height on that one. We've seen so far there's no demons in this pitch, so it's zipping through actually quite nicely. So with the pace that Izzy Wong bowls, that one's always going to lift. But as you said, optimistic appeal. They just need something to happen for them here to Warwickshire.
I think if you're a Warwickshire fan, you're pretty concerned. You've won the toss and bowled, and in the 6th over, it's 43 for none. Wong this time with a proper intentional bumper. It's a good intentional bumper. Douse ducks out the way. That's the kind of ball from an opening bowler that makes you think. And then he might have caught that bit of byplay. Wong sort of has a clutch of Grace Scriven's helmet, with both having smiles on. They know each other quite well from England age group stuff. They were having a chuckle about something. I don't think it was Wong saying, "Make sure your lid's ready, one's coming your way, Grace." Wong this time is guided to mid-on. Yeah, I'm getting the sense from you as an opening bat, you quite fancy being out there at the moment. There's quite a few extras being bowled. The ball is not nipping around as much as we thought it might. And the track looks good.
Yeah, it certainly does. It looks like a nice batting track. And, well, there was a few question marks when Warwickshire won the toss, decided to bowl. Maybe they were just almost put off by the forecast and almost wishing for rain now. That one's slashed away as well, and it's going to go for another 4. She's so strong through that region, isn't she? Backward point, especially with the pace of Izzy Wong. Anything that's just even a touch wide is going to fly away. Yeah, it's a strange one, the toss, isn't it? And I wouldn't say that Warwickshire are hoping for rain now, but maybe the rain would just kind of reset their bowling innings, because at the moment Essex are flying along, inching towards that 50 partnership, just a couple of runs away now.
Yeah, Douse with another of her trademark cut shots. She scored almost all her runs today in boundaries. This time it's flicked away down to fine leg. So Douse has 23 now, and 20 of those have come in 5 boundaries. You talk about sort of people having a signature dish in the kitchen. If Ariana Douse had a signature shot, by a teammate's own admission, it would be the cut shot. And at the moment, you would say that Warwickshire early doors have definitely been guilty of feeding that shot. 3 of her 5 boundaries have come behind square on that offside. End of the 6th over, 48 without loss. So going along bang on 8. Just to remind you of that table context, both sides out of semi-final contention. And in truth, across the various blocks in which this competition have played, have comfortably been, unfortunately, the 2 weakest in the competition. Every other side has won at least 5 games out of 11. Warwickshire have won just 2 from 11, and Essex have won just 1. Warwickshire did have a tie, and both teams have had a no result. And we mentioned the rain, and Tina Goff has decided to tempt fate, and entirely due to my co-commentator, the rain is now starting to spot. Being sarcastic, of course. As that's sliced, and that could have been out. Well, it does get up and over extra cover, but if extra cover was maybe 10 yards around to their left, it might have been gone. And we're now into that sort of crickety situation where it's not quite enough yet for us to come off, but the rustling that you can hear is us protecting what is broadcast equipment that is in fact worth more than our own organs.
With a very high-tech bag as well, I must say.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's the cricket protection bag, TM.
Yeah, it's kind of like those things that you might see people use at a concert or an open air gig to protect themselves, the ponchos. That's nicely struck up to mid-off. 50 without loss. 50 partnership has come up with that little chip over extra cover. And we're now, I think, getting towards the period of you might not start in this, but we're playing on. Short, hammered away, out to Suren Kumar, who slightly misfields, but there's, even with the misfield, there's probably max of 1.5 in that.
Yeah, just looking at the clouds around here, I hope maybe that it's just one of these passing showers. It's certainly not kind of grey clouds setting in for the day. That's another commentator's curse if ever I've heard one. But
yeah, Tina, you just keep telling us about how it's not going to rain. That's just what we want. Nobody's superstitious. Particularly in cricket. It's a notoriously unsuperstitious.
Yeah, I don't know what they're complaining about. I mean, we are almost in mid-September, so I'd say we take this as a day. If there's a few spots around, I think we carry on. It's not too cold. Still able to sit here in just a t-shirt or a jumper. And certainly if you're Essex, you want to stay out there, don't you?
Yeah, short and work straight to mid-wicket. I think if you're Warwickshire, end of the 7th over, 51 without loss, I think if you're Warwickshire, you're quite happy with this. Because the rain might just juice the pitch up a little bit. That new ball should still swing around. The concern is, of course, if the ball gets wet. I'm not even... I would have thought a couple of fielders out there are going to come out with towels on, so to be prepared, knowing that there's showers coming, and you want to try and keep the ball itself as dry as possible as this mizzle continues. Long continues. Long being flipped away. Nice looking shot from Douse down to fine leg, and they'll come back for 2. It's easy in a game like this, as I was mentioning that with the table, to look at it and think there's not a lot on it, but there's a lot of players in both of these teams today with a bit of a point to prove. And Ariana Douse is one. She's struggled to get in an Essex side where the batting hasn't functioned as they would like this season. She's had to go out twice on loan to Middlesex and Northants. For someone like her, runs would help push a case both for the end of this season and next season that she should be a regular in that Essex top order in Tier 1.
Well, certainly no one out there in the middle is going to see this one as a dead rubber. As you say, personal pride at stake, and also just staking a claim for the rest of the season. There's still a couple of games left after this, and of course looking ahead to next season. Even if you look at the likes of Izzy Wong, and she's had a up and down few years, if she can get wickets in a game like this, she just makes sure her name's still out there, that no one forgets about her. Obviously she burst onto the scene a few years ago, and interesting here, she's going into her 4th over. Hasn't been her best of spells so far, but clearly she is someone who just has that bit of magic dust, and if she can just get that delivery to come through the defences, and that could be the start of the impetus that Warwickshire need in this innings.
Yeah, someone who you sense is the general consensus is that hopefully has had her dip and is now very much in her second wave, as such as he won. That first spell, of course, that hat-trick in the WPL winner, then had some difficult times, and since then seems to have refound her best rhythm. This time coming around the wicket, it's off the outside edge. That's a promising sign. There's a slight ooh and an ah from Wong, and we will, with some cautious optimism, as the rate appears to have stopped for now, peel back our highly sophisticated system. Barbara Daniels, our co-commentator, was offering at one point to hold the umbrella underneath the two of us, and there was just no way I was allowing someone who's won a World Cup for their country to be demeaned 30 years on to the role of being an umbrella holder. She would, because she's lovely, but we weren't going to let her do that. That's a lovely looking drive, it's straight to Suren Kumar at mid-off. This is a decent over from Wong, who's settling into a better rhythm as Warwickshire try and pull it back from this tough start.
I think Variana Dowse here as well, and of course Grace Scrivens. Dowse wants to prove herself as someone who can keep up with Scrivens at the top of the order, and Scrivens will be perfectly happy here, having only scored 11 off 13, with Dowse going well at the other end, 29 off 32. Having someone who she knows can just stick around, can accumulate an innings, meaning that maybe just a little less pressure on the Essex skipper, so that she can then go into her work and maybe accumulate towards the end. But for now, I think she'll be perfectly happy with the start. Of course, the 50 partnership brought up as well, 54 at the end of the 8th, and these two going along nicely.
Yeah, so going just a tickle under sevens. And you're absolutely right. So that is Scrivens' natural rhythm. She'll be very, very comfortable with being the player that this team bat around. It's so often been the case that the problem for Essex this season has been that quite a few of the players that historically have batted around her very well have not quite had the campaigns they have necessarily wanted. But Dowse here is in decent touch. Her cut shot has been fed early doors. Oh, that's a good sign for Warwickshire, and that's the first real sign of some genuine turn of the day from Phoebe Brett.
The benefit we have of this side on commentary position as well is you could see the dip on that ball. It was a lovely flight through the air. That one a bit flatter.
Just nibbled away through square leg this time by Dowse. I mentioned those upcoming fixtures for these two. This is Warwickshire's last home game of the season. They've got Lancashire at Sale on Wednesday the 10th, and then on Saturday the 13th they've got Somerset at Taunton. Essex finish off with Surrey at Beckenham on the 10th, and Blaze at Chelmsford on the 13th. Of course, there is semi-finals and a final to come at Hampshire at the Utility Bowl on Sunday the 21st September. Semi-finals on the 17th, but both these sides won't be there. Down the track, first real sign of intent off the spinner, and lofted beautifully for 6, thuds into the netting. What a shot from Grace Scrivens. First 6 of the day, delightful footwork, and really committed to it down the ground.
She committed to it, but it was no more than a push in the end, was it? It was no big follow through, just a lovely swing of the bat, and she's just got pure timing and power, doesn't she? Just made it look effortless. It's not the shortest of boundaries back over the bowler's head, but she cleared it and then some. First sign of intent really there from Grace Scrivens.
Yeah, Barbara Daniels was saying to me earlier that this was her first time watching live, and I said to her the thing to watch with Grace Scrivens is that hitting straight in the V, and that was a perfect demonstration that when she gets going she can absolutely bludgeon it in that kind of area. And then a really nice straight drive, and that has hurt Phoebe Brett. Going away to right hand side. Luckily for her it's a non-bowling arm. It does remind me of Yorkshire and Scotland senior Rachel Slater, who broke her right wrist, and she said that as a left arm seam bowler it's the best injury I've ever had. She could still at least bowl through her recovery. Down the track this time, but that's a good adjustment of length from Brett, and that means that Scrivens has to guide it away. Very good example there for any young player of when you come down the pitch it doesn't mean you have to play the big shot. She checks it nicely. 61 without loss after 9.
I think Scrivens here liked the look of Brett's bowling. Of course, the left arm to left hand combination is often one that favours the batter, because, well, speaking as a left-arm bowler as well, you want the ball going away from that right-hander. I think Grace Grimmons, especially, as you said, someone who's happy to hit it through the V. Just a tiny bit of spin into her is not really something she's going to be overly concerned about. It'll be interesting to see if they carry on with the left arm spin at the one end. Certainly carrying on with Izzy Wong here, who's going into her 5th over, which is quite a lengthy spell for a seam bowler. She's got the long odd run up as well.
Wong looking for the breakthrough, but again loses her line. This has been, unfortunately for Warwickshire, a bit of a theme of the day at both ends, just lacking control here. That is the 10th wide of the innings. You've had 15 extras, and Wong bowling her 5th. Her first 4 have gone for 22. Her last over, to be fair, was the best of the 4, so I can see why she's said, keep the ball in my hand, I can make something happen. This time, he's just keeping a little low at both ends, and that one is kept a bit low outside the off stump.
Yeah, maybe just the few spots of rain that fell, just livening up the pitch a little. For Essex, though, I know you spoke about it earlier, the left-hand, right-hand combination is such an underrated one. I think if you can open up with a left-hander and right-hander, you can just toy with the lines of the bowlers, as has been the case for Warwickshire so far. It's not really that they've been running many singles, but just having that in the back of your mind as a bowler often is enough to just throw you off your line.
So it's just flicked. Nicely timed shot, but straight to Shaun the wicket. Particularly when you have a ground like this. You've got a very short boundary on one side coming towards us. So if a lefty and a righty get in rhythm here, it's a real captain's nightmare. When you've got a ground that has really significant dimensions on one side to another, if you're intelligent as a batting group, you can manipulate a lot of deliveries to give someone a short leg side hit. It's Wong this time. It's guided, and a little bobble takes it away for 4. Might have been guilty, if you're being harsh, of not quite getting low enough. There wasn't a long barrier. Instead was maybe anticipating it would bounce up kind of chest height. It didn't. It skidded through and away, and it is yet another cut shot for 4 from Ariana Dowse.
It's Bryony Gilgrass there, backward point, just not quite getting down to it. I will say it's not the nicest position to field in, especially when you're up against Ariana Dowse, who just loves to hit it through that region. Interesting then that the 12th is still on for Davina Perrin, one to keep an eye on, of course. Not the best of news for Warwickshire, looking ahead to their potential run chase as well if Perrin is suffering. When she came off, she did seem to motion that it was maybe a rolled ankle. It just seemed to suggest that it was a persistent injury for her, maybe something that she's carried on the back of the 100. So one to keep an eye on. Bryony Gilgrass, though, is more than an accomplished fielder and, of course, all-rounder for Worcestershire this season.
Bumper hit up to cover point, not quite a bumper, in fact more back of the length. Yeah, I had the pleasure of watching Bryony Gilgrass live for the first time when Worcestershire pulled off a bit of a shock in the opening game of the season in Tier 2 against Yorkshire at Headingley. She came out with her side in a bit of a tricky spot, not quite a collapse, but that situation in the middle order where you're not quite in the spot that you would want to be. She counterpunched really nicely against a high quality Yorkshire attack. It was very, very impressive. Top scored in what ended up being a big win for Worcestershire. This time worked her way through the covers, half stopped by Abby Freeborn, who with a bit of assistance manages to make sure there's no run. Still searching for this breakthrough, and the run rate is still in the 7s. So Essex will be delighted with your company. A very warm welcome back to Edgbaston Community Sports Ground, where it's a great pleasure to have your company. It has been a little while. It feels like a long time ago at 10 a.m. that Warwickshire won the toss and decided to bowl, but what has just happened is one of the reasons that they did. They knew that rain was in the offing. Has actually ended up being far more rain than any of our forecasts had predicted. We are pretty confident that it's all gone now, but we have lost a fair old hefty chunk of play, which means that this 50 over contest has become a 32 overs a side contest, and Essex are 76 for 2 from 12.4 when the heavens started to open. Grace Scrivens was caught Davis, while Phoebe Brett for 17, caught at mid-on, trying to go over the top, and Ariana Dowse was caught behind from Georgia Davis's first ball. Nat Rafe with the fine work. Jodie Grucock is out there on 7 not out, joined by Sophia Smell, who is yet to score. And I, yours truly, Michael McCann, joined by Tina Goff, German international, who it is always a pleasure to have with me. Phoebe Brett is ready to bowl the first ball of the resumption, but what is the 5th ball of her over? That's short, keeps a little low, and Smell will get her first runs. We'll get 2 to be precise, and as you've already seen demonstrated there, this outfield is going to be a bit of a slip and slide. A very good afternoon to Tina Goff.
It feels like about day 3 in the Big Brother house, doesn't it? We've been here a while, but it's great to be back out there, and interesting to see how this reduction impacts both sides.
A little too short again, and might feel like she's missed out there, Smart. Hits that hard to mid-on. Insert poor joke about it's taken you far too long to bowl that over, Phoebe Brett, because it is eventually finished, having been started at around midday. Now, worth reminding you what this all means. So 32 overs aside, 2 bowlers can bowl 7 overs. Everybody else maxes out at 6. So there's a dilemma here for Georgia Davis, Warwickshire skipper, about who she gives the golden 7th overs to. For now, she's going to continue with the spin duo that were on before the resumption, which is the captain herself, alongside Brett. She took a wicket with her first ball. She's now settling into her rhythm from the city end. Wicket maiden to start off with. She'll be hoping for more of the same against Grucock. He will be eyeing up this short leg side boundary. Starts with a dot, and it is worth emphasising just how short the boundary hitting towards us and the pavilion is. It's a really significant difference between the two. Barbara Daniels in front of me is eyeing a catching chance.
Well, if you want anyone protecting you, it should be a World Cup winner, shouldn't it? So, yeah. And very proficient umbrella holder.
Yep, as those of you who were with us earlier on might have remembered, Barbara Daniels always making herself of use to the commentary team, even when she's taking a well-earned rest. As Grucock gets her first run since resuming. It's effectively just under 20 overs left here for Essex, 19 to be precise. A bit of a T20 vibe suddenly about this contest. Goes on the reverse, and I think she chopped that into a pad. Sun just bursting out, but the outfield is pretty wet. Rocks back this time. That's good from Davis, just cramping the batter for room.
It'd be very interesting to see how these relatively new batters to the crease approach what is now essentially a brand new game. They've gone from consolidating on 50 overs to entering basically an opening partnership in a 20 over game. And we were talking earlier about how it's difficult to adjust from 100 to a 20 over game to a 50 over game, and well, in the space of a couple of hours they're having to readjust again.
Yeah, although it's really important to say when discussing stuff like this, it's not quite the same. There's a few very obvious differences. So that flicked away, and there isn't a fine leg in, there's a deep square leg, so that will go for 4. First boundary since the resumption, just slightly straying in line and spoiling what had been a very tight over. The last ball goes to the boundary, 84 for 2 then off 14. Being opponent back on the field, having gone off in just the 4th over due to an ankle trouble, so great to see one of the more dynamic fielders in the women's game back out there. Do let us know in the YouTube live chat as well where you're watching from. And just jumping back to what I was saying, so of course you might have a T20 feel, but the power play is done and gone. You've got 2 bowlers can bowl 7 overs, everybody else can bowl up to 6. Wide lines obviously somewhat similar, but very different in terms of fielding and batting conditions. And of course the 2 openers already out. So that's hit hard down the ground. It's almost a hockey style shot. The bottom hand comes through and crunches it from Sophia Smale, who gets her first boundary of the innings.
She has a very high backlift to Sophia Smale, and it means when she gets a hold of that ball, there's no stopping it, especially with the wet outfield. Just zips on, and as soon as it passed Hannah Hardwick there at mid-off, there was no stopping that one. It was a lovely stroke.
It's almost the bar of soap principle. Nightmare for fielders. Left alone, nicely bowled by Hannah Baker, who when she gets it right can always make things happen. You think of that breakthrough under 19 World Cup once upon a time. She's gone on to make her England debut almost a year ago against Ireland. And again, Baker right on the button. Getting early signs of topspin. You can see us getting that ball nice and dry. Difficult to do here. Oh, sliced away off the outside edge. They're going to run as well. And will scamper home. That's good sprinting from Grewcock to the danger end to get through.
Smale is almost golf-like in her swing. She stands there, doesn't have an awful amount of footwork. She kind of just plods forward onto the front foot in the nicest possible sense, because when she gets hold of it like she did on that 4, it races away. On that occasion, I think it was the big swing that saved her, because it just ballooned up over the circle. A lucky escape there, but if you're going to go hard, and that's, I think, the principle that Sophia Smale is living by here.
Particularly with the scoreboard as it is. Swept, connected with well, straight to short fine leg. They've ended up at the same end, and it's hit Smale. Well, she'll be okay. I don't think anyone could suggest she's done it deliberately, but it's one of those cricketing oddities. And sometimes 22 yards can seem more like 22 miles, and it certainly did there.
Well, normally when you're a batter and you feel the ball, it might be coming towards you, you're usually hoping that it doesn't hit you. On that occasion, I think Sophia Smale was crossing her fingers that it did hit her, and as was the case, because I think if it got through, Hannah Baker was lurking and waiting to whip the bails off at the non-striker's end.
15 overs gone, 89. Hannah Baker doing what all bowlers should do, but all too often it's not the kind of thing that bowlers get necessarily taught about in youth cricket in particular, because the fundamentals are so much focused on the actual act of bowling, which is get behind your stumps. The moment you've bowled the ball and you know there's not a caught and bowled chance, you watch the amount of run-outs that can make or break a game that are not at the keeper's end. Davis continuing, and has pushed that through and almost overbalanced there. Very, very close. Grewcock just kept that back leg in the right place.
Especially as a spinner, I think it's pretty much a cardinal sin to not get back behind the stumps. I suppose there's a bit of plausible deniability as a seam bowler. You're like, oh, well, I'm almost at the striker's end now. You can't expect me to get all the way back. But I think for a spinner, rule number 1, bowl the ball. Rule number 2, get back behind the stumps.
Goes on the reverse. Very clever shot, manipulation of the field. She didn't even move. She knew exactly where the gap was, Smale. Knew that she only had to beat that slightly backward point. Lovely shot, 4 runs.
Third time lucky there for Smale. She's tried that shot on several occasions before. One crashed into her pad. Previous ball didn't quite get hold of it on that time though. Straight off the middle of the bat.
Pushes that one through quicker and flatter off the outside edge. And that'll be one more. Just worth whizzing you round elsewhere, where they've had a little bit more luck with the weather across much of the country compared to what we've had to deal with here. Durham posting 224 for 9. Hampshire starting well, 30 without loss in the 6th. Drive straight at mid-off. Surrey 225 all out at Beckenham, which don't even need to have seen that pitch, being the road that it normally is, to tell you that's miles under par. And Lancashire 30 without loss after 8. So some oohs and ahs to finish the over, and Blaze 149 for 2 off just 21 in a 33 over a side reduced game against Somerset. Taunton 94 for 2 off 16 then.
Georgia Davis there, just adjusting her lines ever so slightly and her lengths, because she's picked that both of these batters love playing it square and backward of square. Just pushing it a touch fuller to make that sweep and the reverse sweep a little more difficult, and that final ball just zips through, looking like a dangerous bowler for Warwickshire at the moment, as they're going to persist here with Hannah Baker going into the 17th over. That one's over pitched and it's going to be swatted away. It's going to be misfielded there on the boundary. It's one that probably should have been stopped there by Surun Kumar. Not the first time she's not had the safest of hands out there, and it's a ball that deserved punishment. In the end it goes for 4 runs.
Yeah, I would have hoped for a second that she got away with that, but the outfield and that bar of soap we've been talking about made the difference.
Better length on that occasion from Hannah Baker, as it's just knocked to mid-off for no run. And again, it's a reminder, left-hand, right-hand combination here. It's not the easiest for a bowler to have to deal with, constantly reassessing lines and lengths. As this one gets clubbed up in the air, it's a chance for a catch, and it's taken, and it will be the 3rd wicket to fall for Essex, as the batter there tries to go up and over, and in a similar way to how Grace Scrivens got out, just doesn't quite get the elevation on it, and it's Hannah Hardwick there at mid-off, running around to her left to take the comfortable catch. So Sophia Smale does depart for 17, and another important wicket, a good time here for Warwickshire as they halt the momentum of Essex 98 for 3.
Yeah, it's the first time we've seen Smell look to generally go up and over. She's played with quite a bit of aggression, but generally has been trying to go through the fielders rather than over them. Well judged catch by Hardwick. Baker's first wicket, just checking the momentum, brings Flo Miller to the crease. Miller, who has quite a long history with Northants as well as Sunrisers from the regional cricket era, but then in the reshuffle that has come about this season from Project Darwin has ended up not at Northants in Tier 2 but continuing at the highest level of women's domestic cricket by being in the Essex camp.
Facing up her first ball here, Miller, and it flashes and it's in the air for a while, but it lands safe on the 45 as she gets off the mark straight away. Yep, high score of 41 in this year's competition for Flo Miller. Another one who shows signs of promise, and again someone who maybe Grace Scrivens is looking at and saying, come on, you can be one of the ones that sticks with me and really guides the innings. And she's got the opportunity here now with over 15 overs to go, as that one's cut away, and it's cut away nicely. Some work here to be done on the boundary by Izzy Wong, moves away to her right and cuts it off for just the single. I think it's possibly one of the few times we've actually seen the ball fielded on this boundary. It's such a short boundary that usually if it goes past the ring it's going to go for a 4. On that occasion though, Wong perfectly placed on the rope. So the 100 is up then for Essex, 100 for 3 at the end, halfway through in fact of the 17th. And that will be the end of the over then. So 100 at the end of the 17th, good over again from Hannah Baker, keeping it tight and significantly picking up that all-important wicket as well, as Essex lose their 3rd. What would you say from this point is a score that they'd look to get to?
Well, a runner ball is getting you up to 190. I think if a man with some red numbers and some blue numbers and some boxes on a certain televisual show rang up and offered that, I think right now Essex should be firmly saying no deal.
Into the 18th we go, and unsurprisingly it's Georgia Davis, the skipper, to continue.
8 and over, get some 220. I think you're in towards deal territory there. Something around that.
You're certainly looking at 200 plus, you'd reckon, as that one again. Half in the air, and a direct hit here could be interesting. The throw comes in from Abby Freeborn. I think probably would have been okay as the batter scrambles through. But certainly signs of intent here from Essex. We saw them accumulating at the start. Of course, the rain did play a big role in maybe reassessing their targets, but they're swinging hard here. On that occasion, it was Jodie Krughock who would have maybe been struggling at the non-striker's end, but academic in the end as the throw from Freeborn goes wide. Big appeal here, and the finger is raised immediately. The sweep this time is not the shot to play, and it's the 4th wicket to fall here as it's the skipper once more. Georgia Davis picks up her 2nd wicket, and it's Flo Miller who has to depart for just the 1 run, and Essex lose their 4th wicket. They're now 101 for 4.
Yeah, good work from Davis, just chipping away again. So often likes to keep the stumps in play, likes to bowl generally quite quick, quite flat, and that delivery certainly matched that description. Miller making a limited impact now. Out comes one of the veterans of this Essex side, and someone who was up the top of the order opening them for them 3 days ago in the game at Hampshire, and who historically in the Sunrisers regional era was often either an opener or the person at 7 who came in and did the repair job. And this time Joe Gardner's got to do a bit of the second. Got to start by facing Davis.
It's maybe not someone you'd want to face first up, because she's proving exactly why. She's the 2nd highest wicket taker in this contest. That's her 19th wicket of the campaign, 2nd of the game. But it's forward and defensive there. First ball faced by Gardner, and maybe looking at that wicket now, deal or no deal, need to phone up the banker again. Maybe 200 would be something Essex would take at this point.
Yeah.
That one given a bit more flight, and again there's Davina Perrin, who was off the field for a long amount of time. Of course, we were all off for a while, but she was off before that with a slight ankle complaint. Good to see her back into the action in the covers. This time slightly shorter from Davis, and it's clubbed away for a single, so Gardner gets herself off the mark and also retains the strike, because that is the end of the over. And another eventful over, one that goes the way of Warwickshire with that wicket coming in it. And Essex looking, I suppose, at the moment just to try and put a partnership together, because they've lost wickets at regular intervals, of course this side of the rain delay, but also previous to that they lost their 2 openers, remember, in pretty quick succession. Scrivens and Dowse both getting off to a brilliant start and then falling within just a handful of overs of each other. And the same then this side of the rain delay with Smale and Miller both departing. So the end of the 18th, 102 on the board for Essex, and unsurprisingly Warwickshire here persisting with spin, as it's Hannah Baker coming on for her 3rd over, as the umbrella holder in chief joins me back in the commentary box.
I always like to add some new titles. Many I've held over the years.
Yeah, I think maybe on your CV that one would rank pretty low, but you know,
I don't know. Sometimes it's very important. So
well, I can happily say that the sun is maybe not out, is threatening to try and come out at some point this afternoon, as a flight there from Hannah Baker, but it's punched away brilliantly through the covers, and despite her best efforts on the rope there, Izzy Wong, a great fielder, isn't able to get down. It will be 4 runs, and much needed 4 runs for Essex as they try to put another partnership on the board here.
Doesn't look like that much fun fielding on this boundary actually, because it's quite bumpy as well, so you think you're going to get hit whichever way round. That was a really good effort.
This time it goes straighter, and well, it's a brilliant dive there by the skipper Georgia Davis, who puts in the tumble and stops what would have been a back-to-back boundaries on that occasion. Grewcock just gets herself off strike, but I think you're right, not only is it bumpy and wet, but it's also such a short boundary, you have no time to react.
Yes.
The ball's on you before you've had time to think about what you want to do. It's not surprising that they've put someone like Izzy Wong on the rope, who's quick and athletic and get down quickly.
So this is a bit of a transformed game, isn't it? If you think they got to 50 off, well, what felt like 4 overs, but it was a little bit more than that. Ooh. And looked very, very in control. So 2 wickets either side of this break have changed the complexion, obviously, and the reduced number of overs. But the Warwickshire would be feeling happier now than they were at those first few overs of the day. That's 2, I think.
Maybe a bit of a feather on that one as well, but you can certainly see that Warwickshire are up and about now. I think those 2 wickets either side of the delay have really buoyed them as we get to the end of the 19th, 108 on the score. And yeah, maybe this is a good advert for whichever weather app that Warwickshire use, because when they won the toss, decided to bowl, we thought, okay. And then when Essex got off to a flyer, I thought maybe Warwickshire had shot themselves in the foot, but then the rain came, and boy did it come as well. We thought at first, maybe we just sit out here under the umbrella and brave it.
We soon gave that up as a bad idea, didn't we?
Despite your skills.
Despite my excellent umbrella carrying skills.
It is the captain here, Davis, to continue. It's knocked away to backward point for a single. Again, Essex still got the left-hand, right-hand combination, so throughout the 19 overs that we've had so far, it's always been a left-hander out there. I think it's taken them a while, but the Warwickshire bowlers have now got to grips with that early on, the first 10 overs or so. Certainly a few wides being thrown down the leg side as on that occasion.
Definitely the sort of turning to the spin has made a difference. The 3 spinners we've seen. I'm very keen to see Surya Kumar bowl, but I think she's not going to get a look in for a while, I don't think.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if they turn back to seam at all, because the spin has been doing the business here as that one's knocked away through mid-wicket. Maybe they consider the 2 and the throw will come in, but in the end it's a comfortable jog through 2 as Jo Gardner gets herself back on strike.
See, and that's, I think, even watching the 100 and sort of, I know the boundary size is varied, but more of that, I think there is, much as the throwing is definitely improved, I think there's definitely more 2s available than people push, I think, sometimes.
Absolutely, I think unless the ball is already in hand, you can pretty much always take that second run.
I think so.
And if the throw comes darted in and it's a direct hit from 80 metres, you say, okay, well done.
Who put that javelin thrower on the boundary?
Exactly. I have actually commentated on an Olympic gold medalist javelin thrower who's Sunette from South Africa. Yes. Good friend of mine as well. And
she had got... And unsurprisingly, she had a pretty good throw.
Funny that. And I tell you, Barbara, I don't think I've seen someone hit a ball as hard as Sunette hits the ball. I was glad I was in the commentary tent, not out there in the field. A bit more flight, a bit more length on that occasion from Davis, but it's just squeezed away by Grewcock. The chase is on there, and I think it will just be stopped on the boundary.
It's going for 3. That's good running. And actually, that's a cheeky little shot. She has managed to squeeze that very fine behind on the offside. But yes, you think, because it is a long boundary that side, so we ought to be seeing more 2s and 3s necessarily. But yeah, I do still think that's one area that we can improve on. It's just run that first one really fast, and then I think you're right. Unless, and you know your fielders, but unless there's someone an absolute bullet throw, I think mostly you can go on the throw. I mean, I'm saying it's really easy from here, obviously. Back in the day, I would have been. I would a hair for a second. That was one of the things I didn't do. I didn't need so many boundaries necessarily, but I would run a lot. And it's interesting. As soon as you start doing it, then the fielder fumbles or a bit of extra pressure.
It's all about the pressure, isn't it? 115 for 4 after 20, so 12 overs left in this reduced overs game. Interesting, just the mindset perspective here for the Essex batters. Yes, they've lost 4 wickets, but you're essentially talking about just 12 overs left. You've got to back the batters who are coming in as well. I don't think you go wild now, but I think you start trying to push, and that also means running those singles hard, and the 3 at the end of that previous over was a perfect example of that. As Grewcock stole the strike back on that final delivery, but knocks that one away to mid-wicket to get the right-handed Gardner back on strike.
And you'd think they'd have to have 200 in mind, wouldn't you, as a sort of psychological... that's a good target to aim for. They might not make it, but they've got time to do that.
Gets deep in the crease on that occasion, but it won't be a single as Freeborn mops up there. Freeborn, of course, was in action yesterday for Glamorgan, so it's been a busy weekend for her, getting not quite the air miles, the road miles in as well.
Someone needs to have done one of those maps, with strings from drawing pin to drawing pin of all these players who've played for multiple teams, and just how complex that map looks.
Oh, there's nothing complex about that one, as that was just clubbed hard for 4 runs between mid-on and mid-wicket. Yeah, I hope they've got economical cars, all of them, because they
Yes.
do some miles, don't they? This one's up in the air, but it's going to land safely to the left of Izzy Wong, and between her and Amu Suryankumar, they tried to almost reel it back in. Izzy put out the left paw, tried to swat it back into play, but the ball was always going to be the winner there. So it's back-to-back boundaries here for Gardner, who looks like she's maybe trying to be the aggressor in this partnership. Grucock, she's going along nicely, 24 off 22. As that one is just feathered away into the leg side for a single.
She couldn't have placed that 4 any more perfectly, could she? Directly between the two, just beating the outstretched fingers of either of them, and not quite making it for a catch either. So yeah, that was precision.
Precision personified there from Gardner. It's the end of the 21st, 125 for 4. A nice little partnership building between these two. And without stating the obvious, I think they at some point just target the short boundary, don't they? They have the left-hand, right-hand combination, which means someone's always hitting on the leg side to this shorter side, and we're talking about maybe, what would it be, 50-metre boundary, something like that. And I think you back your batters there.
Shorter than that, maybe. Yeah. Change of bowling here, interesting. So that's obviously, it's not just happening because I said I'd quite like to see this Suryankumar bowl. I don't think that's what's caused it, but but I guess again, Georgia Davis having to be mindful of the fact of who's got. Well, we got 7 overs and 6 overs, so whilst that spin partnership's been going well, she might be wanting to save some overs. But it'll be interesting to see what happens now in the reintroduction of a bit more pace.
Absolutely, and well, I think you underplay your influence. I think maybe they said, well, Barbara wants Suryankumar. Suryankumar is what she's going to get. 125 for 4 then at the end of the 21st. Suryankumar comes in for her first bowl of the day, and right on the money straight away, as Jo Gardner didn't have a clue where that one went. It went in between her legs, I think, in the end for no run.
Yes, she's trying to indicate to her opposite number quite what that ball did. But she looks whippy, does Suryankumar. I believe she's only 18, I think, isn't she as well? Yeah. So another exciting junior, well, moving into the senior ranks.
Again, right on the money, and all Gardner can do is fend that one away. She's a bit of a pocket rocket, isn't she? She's not the tallest, but she has this whippy action, and she's got a bit of pace about her as well. Obviously, I'm sure she'd be tapping into the knowledge of the likes of Izzy Wong, who herself is not exactly an old-timer, but seems to have been on the scene for a long, long time. And just watching how she goes about things, of course, having played internationally as well, I think Amu is in a really good place here at Warwickshire to learn from those who've just got a bit more experience than her. But first 3 balls from her right on the money. That one is just knocked away to the aforementioned Wong for the single.
She looks like she's got, I mean, we can't really see the pictures here, but she's got quite a whippy wrist. Oh, see, look, my word is the command.
Tech team.
Tech team instantly saying, I'll show you a video.
Don't ask him to hold an umbrella though, he'd be useless at that. Just a few changes being made into the field here. Of course, with the left-hander on strike now. Izzy Wong in front of us is actually being brought in. She was at cow corner. She's now going into a conventional mid-wicket. And Suryankumar's going around the wicket to the left-hander as well. So just trying to get that angle in, and maybe just a bit of nibble away as well to the left-handed Grucock. That one's clubbed away, and that was pretty much where Izzy Wong was. And Michael, well, could have done the fielding there. He did the tech support, and he was ready and waiting to field that one that flew away to the rope. It was just a bit of a club away there from Grucock, and Izzy Wong, who was at mid-wicket, she was in her previous position at cow corner, would have stopped that one. Picked the gap nicely there from the Essex number 9.
She looked a bit frustrated there, Harry, with that one, but it just sort of swung into, is it Grucock facing there?
Yeah, left-handed Grucock.
Yeah, just swung into her arc quite nicely there, but it was significantly moving coming from around the wicket. But there's a big discussion going on here now as to whether we're having a bit of altered field placing. She's still staying around the wicket, I think she is, yeah.
Well, it's easy to sit here and say, well, they should have done this, should have done that. But if you've got, that's what we get paid to do. But if you have a bowler swing into the left-hander, you want someone out on the rope on what is already a very short boundary. Izzy Wong was here, she got moved in, now she's been put back out. She is now at pretty much a cow corner. You've got deep square leg out as well. You want that protection.
Fine leg, I think they've got 3 out.
They've got three out on the leg side, but I think that's what you'd want if you're prolific with your swing. I'd first maybe question why she's bowling from this end, to be honest, but she is, and that's a much better ball.
That's a great take, actually. She's just standing up here, the keeper. It's a very good take. But as you said, it means you can bowl from. We've got a left hand, right hand, so it's the short boundary for, short boundary for the left hander. This side.
Wait, in the modern game, they love talking about matchups, don't they?
Don't they?
And
don't they?
I think this is a
say they never happened before.
It was just players. It was just players. But this is a matchup that you'd think Essex would actually like, with the swing into the left-hander, and that's exactly why. It will just be a single, though, as they do have protection out there. And there's Phoebe Brett there in the deep doing the fielding.
Yeah, well, it's a bit of, again, right from the beginning, a bit of extra pace on the ball. They all like that, and it's you can get behind it. But I think it just noticeable in that first over that Suryan Kumar appear against the right-hander and then the left-hander. But yes, something for her to think about. But I'm excited to see her. And she looks like she's got a nice smooth action with a bit of whip. And I think she will cause some bother. But in fairness, I think this wicket's a good wicket. It's not, there's not a lot happening for the bowlers, but definitely the pace off seems to have been the thing that slowed the batters down, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. 131 for 4 at the end of the 22nd, and it was just the 6 runs coming off that over from Suryan Kumar. I think she can count herself a bit unlucky. She did give away that boundary as well, because the field was maybe not quite right. It's always difficult as a captain having to contend with a new bowler and left-hand, right-hand batters. This one is clubbed down the ground, and there is a fielder out there in the deep, but Hannah Hardwick, who was at long off, scampers across, isn't able to stop that one, and it goes away for 4 runs as we have the national emergency test. And well, you can probably hear it through the headsets. That means everyone's getting the national emergency alarm. There is no national emergency. It is just the test that has been frequently documented in the British news the last couple of days, to the point where I read a BBC article that said, "Don't panic." I thought, okay, well, I suppose that's what the British broadcaster is for. And I can safely report nobody did panic, as the cricket must continue, and it's a quick single taken there. In the end, it was a misfield on the 45 by Phoebe Brett that allowed them to scamper through for a 1. But good to know our emergency systems are working well.
And that we all immediately respond. But so it would have been an emergency then, because that could have been a run out. But just didn't. Again, it's not just being able to pick up. It is that square is quite domed, isn't it? So again, you're all fielding off that. Oh well, let's watch the spin.
You've always got to watch the spin, but
sometimes you have to remember which way. You're not sure which way it's going to go.
So Hannah Baker's bowling her 5th over here. At the end of this one, Wong, Brett, Davis and Baker will have all bowled their 5. So it's a bit of a captain's nightmare when you have this reduced overs and you've got to start doing the mental maths, which is hard at the best of times. Maybe that's just me, as this one's clubbed just to the left of the bowler, almost a caught and bowled opportunity. It will just be the single. It's difficult to know who to bowl when, who should bowl the 7, because usually it's a very equal setup, but now it's like, okay, well, who do you decide during the game? Do you think, well, she's bowled well, she's bowled not so well, or do you go into it thinking, well, this is the bowler I want to bowl 7, maybe it's Wong because she's still got 2 left, she can make a difference, she hasn't bowled yet since the rain delay, or do you just kind of do it on vibes on who's bowled well during the game?
I think it's a bit of both, a bit of instinct. At the moment, I'd definitely be saying that the slower bowlers seem to be offering a great deal more control, and I guess at this point that's what you're after. I mean, wickets is always good, but you're going to want to try and contain them. And so you might, as good as Izzy Wong is, you might be saying, actually, at what point do I risk bringing that pace back on again, and also hope that she's got a radar on, and not releasing those wides. So yes, it's all coming back to me, those days of being a captain, trying to keep all that stuff
flashbacks
in your head.
That's 139 for 4 at the end of 23, so we have 9 overs left in this reduced overs game. Remember, 32 overs aside. I feel like if I was the captain, I'd be cursing the umpires. I would have said, could you just not made it 30? 30 is a nice easy number. 32 is a bit of a nightmare, and you can see that Georgia Davis is having intense discussions with her bowler as Amu Suryankumar comes on to bowl her second here. And I think these are the kind of games that really are the makings of captains. Not only do you have to think about the conditions, it's been raining, now it's sunny, you have to think about who's bowling when, how many are they allowed to bowl, do we change our batting lineup based on the fact it's a reduced overs games. There's so many things to think about. Suryankumar, well, can count herself unlucky there that one gets inside edge. It's the classic that goes between the stumps and the batter. The old French cut comes out, but Gardner won't mind as she gets 4 to start the 24th over.
That was, I think, technically called a heave. But it's 4 in the scorebook, hasn't it?
You never played one of those shots, did you?
Many a time. and they all count, don't they? But
well, exactly. No,
as a sign of intent, I suggest. And interestingly, just watching Suryankumar's body language, she gets sort of instantly frustrated.
Oh, it's the exuberance of youth, isn't it? That one's a slower ball and it's nicely bowled. And well, when you concede a awkward 4 on the previous delivery, especially as a kid, you think, okay, I'm going to bowl fast and angry now. But she takes pace off the ball. It works for her on that occasion. Just a single taken then. But this partnership is ticking along nicely. It's worth 43 now between these two, and they're scoring at a decent clip as well.
So we're back to the left-hander with the short boundary. Oh, and but we're going out deep straight, and we've got the leg side boundary riders coming in. Apart from is he one mid wicket? Okay.
I think
so
this
she must be looking to bowl full
and straight. That's what she wants to bowl. And again, a slower ball, and it's just heaved away to Izzy Wong right in front of us, who almost lets it go through her legs. We were watching that one very closely, but it will just be the single. I think they're saying to Grewcock here, if you hit it straight down the ground and you clear long on and long off, then fair play. What they don't want to do is just give her that easy kind of club through the leg side, especially with square leg up.
Yeah.
Back to the right-handed Gardner now, who's going along nicely, 22 off 23. Suryankumar back over to the right-hander, and that is an absolutely brutal shot. Well, it's equal parts glorious and gory, that shot, because she went down the ground and just clubbed it. But it was a thing of beauty and brutality at the same time, wasn't it?
Well, it was kind of quite a flat 6, actually. So it's just cleared the fence to get to this. It was a very good shot, and it sounded particularly effective off the bat, didn't it? There's been some very good striking in a rain-interrupted innings. There's been some very good striking in the balls, very clean striking. And this is a test for a young bowler to just keep going and plugging away, finding a length.
A few discussions being had now. It's Bethan Ellis who's in on the discussions alongside the skipper Davis, who now goes to her bowler, and I suppose on that ball you just say that's a fair enough hit. I think even if there was a fielder out there at long off, it would have taken a few fingers with it on its way to the rope. They do bring in square leg though. Slower ball this time.
A great take. That is a great. It's a wide. Yeah, it was a very good take by Ray standing up there. So just lost her line a little there. Just got to maintain. Not easy to maintain a calm head.
It's the second time she's turned to the slower ball, having previously been hit for a boundary. This time goes back, pace on. It's hit nicely. It's another run on for Izzy Wong, comes around to her right hand side. It'd just be the single. It's another productive over so far for Essex. They go past the 150 with that 6 and single as well. 153 on the board. And these two both very much settled now. And there'll be discussions had in the middle, I'm sure, about whether one of them wants to go big now. For the moment, they're more than happy to just continue ticking on, and when the ball's there to be hit, they are more than hitting it. That one again just heaved from the offside, and will be a dot ball to end the 24th over. So 153 at the end of 24. So just the 8 overs left now for Essex, and certainly 200 is in their sights, and maybe back to that 220 that we were discussing earlier.
Again, unless what's happened so far is 2 wickets and then another 2 wickets. Warwickshire take another 2 wickets sort of quite quickly. That slows it all down again, doesn't it? But at the minute they're being able to sort of pick off singles and then get at least 1 boundary and an over. Then they're well set for more than 200, aren't they? So Warwickshire could do with another wicket here. So Hannah Baker into her 6th over, is that right now? Yeah.
Yep, that's right. And it does seem to be that they will favour the spin when it comes to those who can bowl 7 overs, so a reminder that 2 can bowl 7. This one's hit hard though, and it's going to go past the 2 boundary riders. There's 1 out long on, 1 at Cow Corner. Neither of them can stop that one, and you can see the intent now starting to build from Essex as that one is clubbed away for another boundary.
And you're right, see, just the length of the lack of length of this boundary, you just haven't got time as a fielder to cut any angle off. So unless it comes pretty straight to you, it'd be a very good effort to stop them, I think. But Hannah Baker could do with finding a little bit of turn. See, that's okay. That's off the back foot just for 1.
Consider a 2 very briefly, but I think 1s are actually quite essential here for Essex because it just
the left
rotates,
yeah.
exactly, and it means fielders have to keep jogging around. I know, speaking from experience, it's annoying having to move around. You're just about settled into your field position, and then you've got to move again, and every time the strike rotates, it seems to be there's intense discussions between the bowler and the skipper, and that's just maybe a sign. I wouldn't say by any means that Warwickshire have lost control, but it just means they're maybe not quite sure on their plans. Every time they rotate the strike, there is that discussion being had. This time, feet movement there, and a direct hit will be interesting, but flashes in from the skipper, but it goes past the stumps, and it's a burgled single there. Jodie Grucock getting 1 and getting herself off strike.
Definitely, you'd say, I think, Warwickshire were very chirpy in that at the beginning of this as we came back in. So, they're not, the body language has changed a bit. You can see there's a sense of nervousness. The chats are happening again, and they're not quite sure how to proceed. They could do with another wicket, and that is, I believe, the 50 partnership.
Yeah, it's
somewhere between these two, which has been a very good effort for Essex.
Yeah, even going up to almost a 60-run partnership now, 58 on the board, and it's for Warwickshire about trying to break this partnership because they did get those wickets in clumps, and this is the first time that they really had a partnership, as that one is misfielded, and the chase is on now, and the dive is put in the deep, and in fact it's the ball that wins. So what should have probably been a single, in fact, goes for 4 runs, as it was Bethan Ellis there in the covers, just not quite being able to get down to that wet ball quickly enough. So this partnership now goes past 60, and apart from that opening partnership, which was worth 67 between Scrivens and Dowse, there was then just small partnerships. The next partnership was worth just 4, then we had a slightly longer one worth 27, the next one was only worth 4 again, and now this one again is threatening to go big, as that one was pretty much a Yorker from Hannah Baker. This time Bethan Ellis does a better job of fielding it, throws that one in anger, I think, at her own misfield on the previous delivery.
It's just that, isn't it? It's not been able to pick the ball up without the bobble, and I know the ground's hard and all that sort of stuff, it does, but that was fractions of a second. I mean, not a single or a chance for a run out. Those are things to just keep tightening up on, I think. Ooh.
This one goes up in the air. I think it's going to land safe. Hannah Hardwick is out there doing the fielding. She collects it on the single bounce, and they do just take the 1 off that.
But about a 2.
They did. It was more than a thought. I think that was even a
halfway down.
In the end, though, it will just be the 1. It'll be the end of the over as well. 165 on the board for Essex, the loss of 4 wickets. So now we have 7 overs left, and certainly you'd think for Essex here it's go time, go big, see what they can do. It's just less than 40 runs to get to that 235, in fact, and you'd think if they can really go big in this next 5 overs, they've basically got 2 bonus overs at the end then.
Yeah, that's true. So no surprise, we've got the spinner back on the City Road end. It's Phoebe Brett coming back. Got that right?
I think that's in fact the skipper, Georgia Davis.
Oh, it's coming back. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
It's another bowler with brown hair and a ponytail, so
Well,
I'll let you off.
Thank you.
Club down the ground.
I was just about to say that.
I mean, it's even worse when they all wear caps. I don't think it's really cap weather today. It's more kind of one of those rain hats, the ones that you can get with the umbrella on top.
Umbrella on top, yeah. But mine is a bit windy for that.
Well, I'll leave it in your capable hands as umbrella monitor.
Yes, thank you. I think that's in
goes down the pitch, and chance for a catch here, but it's going to land agonisingly to the left of Amu Suryan Kumar, and they scamper through for a comfortable 2 in the end. But you can see the intent now from both Essex batters out there. It's the second time in 2 deliveries that the batter has scampered down the pitch, has charged at Georgia Davis. This time doesn't quite get a hold of it, but gets 2 runs added to the collection. This time a bit of a slower delivery, and it's swatted away to deep square for the single.
And this is Georgia's 6th over, isn't it? So she'll only have, well, she could have another one, couldn't she? But
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if she doesn't have her final, because it almost feels like a waste. If only 2 bowlers can bowl 7, then if you're going to bowl your 6th, you pretty much have to bowl your 7th as well, don't you? As she gets the wicket in the end, she goes around to the left-handed Krewcock, who tries to just cut it away, doesn't have really the width on that to play that shot, and she does have to depart as Davis picks up her 3rd wicket of the innings. It's the 5th to fall for Essex, but it's the end of what was a productive partnership between those two, as Essex moved to 166 for 5.
well, and that was a very timely breakthrough, because that's exactly what Warwickshire needed, because that partnership was showing excellent intent and had been very effective. And so Warwickshire will want now in this final 5 or 6 overs to try and restrict as much as they can. And again, if they can continue to take wickets, that also makes a big difference. And it's the slower bowlers again who are actually bringing the control and the wicket-taking opportunities.
End of what was an excellent innings from Krewcock, coming in at number 3. Went at a fair clip as well, 39 off 34 deliveries before she had to depart. It's the end of the left-handers, so for the first time in the innings we've got 2 right-handers at the crease. I think you can hear the collective sigh of relief from the Warwickshire fielders, as it's Eva Gray who comes in at number 7 for Essex, with pretty much a licence to thrill here, you'd think, especially with Joe Gardner going very well at the other end, 42 off 31. You've basically got 2 options as a new batter, don't you? You go and you go quickly, or you just kind of get the set batter on strike and say, oh, it's over to you. You've got 42 off 31. Can you add to your collection? Well, it's Georgia Davis who's adding to her wicket collection at the moment. 3 in the game, very much cementing her place as the second highest wicket taker in the competition.
Well, there you go, and Gray's gone for the option of let's get off strike and bring the established batter on strike. She's got just a couple more balls to face in this over.
So Georgia Davis now has 20 wickets in the competition, firmly breathing down the neck of Durham's leading wicket taker at the moment, Phoebe Turner. She's got 21. There's that one again, a run was, well, pretty much risky, but I suppose those are the risks you do take towards the end of an innings, and that will be the end of the 26th over. 172 runs on the board for Essex, with Gardner having been joined at the crease by Eva Gray, who gets herself off the mark with her very first delivery. Georgia Davis, though, mighty impressive so far. 6 overs, given away just the 26 runs, given that she's bowled a fair few of those after the rain delay as well, makes it even more impressive, and she's picked up those 3 wickets. So I'd be very surprised if the Warwickshire skipper doesn't bring herself on for her final over. At the other end, though, it looks like we'll maybe have a change, and well, I think between us we maybe do know a thing or two about cricket. So what we were saying about Amu Suryan Kumar bowling maybe at the wrong end does seem to have borne fruit, because she will now be bowling at the other end. I think that's the right move, isn't it?
No, I think that was your call early, but yes, I think, although I said she's got 2 right-handers now, so so in terms of the short boundary, that's still there, but
that's the danger of being the youngest bowler in the team, isn't it, as well? You just have to do what the skipper tells you. And
I'm glad she's been back on, though. She's got another chance. Let's see, again, perhaps a bit more comfortable against the right-handers than the left-handers, but let's see.
So 171 on the board for Essex, loss of 5 wickets. Just the 6 overs left now in what has been a rain-affected day so far. There are little pockets of blue sky around this Edgbaston Foundation ground, so hopeful, I think, based on the forecast, and I know this is a commentator's curse, that the rain will stay away for the rest of the day. That one's going to be a wide, so Amu Suryan Kumar just taking a little time to readjust to bowling from the other end, and they will run through an extra as well. And immediately there's a conference between the two batters, just maybe discussing what they want to do as well from this point. With 6 overs left, Eva Gray, of course, relatively new to the crease. A few words of wisdom imparted there by Gardner, who's now on 43.
What's she saying? I want to get 50, get me back on strike.
Purely for the team, though, of course.
Of course.
I often wonder when players are kind of accused of being selfish. As that one's just going to go away for what should be a single if Izzy Wong does her job, and that's exactly what she does. When, I suppose, especially batters are accused of being selfish in a negative sense, you think, well, if you're a batter and you want to score runs, surely that helps the team as well. Cricket is one of these unique games where it's individual and team at the same time.
I guess yes. Essentially, yes, but it depends on how and when they choose to do that.
Sure.
But yes, I mean, this is... Look, there you go. There's the proof that you've got a batter who's in. She's hitting the ball cleanly. She plainly can hit the boundaries. She's gone to the long boundary there. It makes all sorts of sense to give her as many of the balls as possible. Yes, sometimes it's selfish when people are they're occupying the crease to get to a, to reach a milestone. You think actually that's not helping us just at this point. But it's a no-brainer, really, isn't it, to keep her on strike.
Well, that was a lovely stroke.
It was a lovely stroke from Jo Gardner there.
I think she's maybe just targeting the young Warwickshire bowler here, knowing, as we suspect, that Georgia Davis will definitely bowl one more, Hannah Baker will bowl one more. They've both bowled the 6th. So they're just trying to look at who are the other bowlers that they can really go after, and I think she kind of likes the look of Surin Kumar here. This one's up in the air. It's a chance for a catch, and it's taken on the long off boundary. So it will be the end of Jo Gardner. Doesn't quite get to her 50. 47 she falls on off 34 deliveries.
She's annoyed with herself. She's livid. She's marching on. But and she's played a fabulous innings, actually. She's done everything. That's the right thing still to be doing, and I am also pleased for Surin Kumar that she's had another go and just kept plugging away, and she's got her reward in the end. It's not easy times to bowl, is it?
No, absolutely not. And it's shades of the Scrivens as she walks off there from Gardner, who's fuming with herself more than anyone else that she picked up that ball as Scrivens did kind of earlier in the innings. This time she gets it further than the Essex skipper, but it's the fielder lurking there at long off who takes the catch. And, well, didn't quite have the legs on it. In fact, the fielder had to run in quite significantly, so she just didn't quite time it. She's been timing it magnificently up until then. 6 4s and that big 6 added to her collection, but she has to depart on 47 as, well, the emergency alerts are going off again. I assume it's still a drill. It'd be a very unfortunate time to have an emergency 20 minutes after the emergency test. We're still here, dealing with it in a very British way of just rolling our eyes and tutting. As Surin Kumar picks up her first wicket.
See, that's the thing about being a batter, isn't it? You've played really well, and then you make one mistake and you're out. That's what it always has to end in failure.
It's a rubbish game, isn't it?
It is a rubbish game sometimes. Well bowled. That's a good first ball. Now to the new batter.
It's Sophie Munro out there. It's interesting that we haven't yet seen Amara Carr, who kind of is being dropped down the order every time the wicket falls, and maybe they're just going for the power hitters, the pinch hitters here, who they think they can just tee off from the very first ball. Munro, she's a tall batter as well, so long levers, always a bit of a nature's cheat code. There's a chance of a run out here, and I think it was just about back in for Carr, who had to put in the reverse gear very quickly and just about got back.
Good decision not to go for 2 in the end there.
Oh, of course, it's Gray out there in the middle.
It's 2 good balls though coming from Surin Kumar there, full sort of Yorker length. Not easy to score off those. We've got a shoe tying delay.
Yeah, I suppose you're always told as a bowler, aren't you, that a full toss is a bad delivery. But I think that there's so much value actually in bowling a low full toss. It's a delivery that seems to get a lot of wickets, especially in the shorter format. I suppose this isn't quite the shortest format, but it's a short enough format. And again, That one's relatively full, and you can see that Eva Gray almost expects the full delivery to come because she sits right back in her crease. That time just pushes it away for a single, and it will be the end of the over. 181 on the board for Essex. Again, Warwickshire just have this knack of picking up wickets in clusters. It's the third time actually that they've picked up 2 wickets in relatively quick succession, as Grucock fell and Gardner. So again, both set batters departing one after the other. And speaking about departing, Barbara takes a well-deserved break as Michael McCann joins me back in the commentary box for what will be the final 5 overs of the innings.
Yeah, frantic finale awaits here as Barbara Daniels settles into the chair of rest.
It's the designated umbrella spot, that one is, which is a very delightful seat, half in a bush. But
yeah,
it's
and
the
slightly
unbalanced
as well, with half on the patio, half in the conifers. Here's Georgia Davis continuing what's been a very good spell, and induces a slice and a simple catch for Suren Kumar. Another one goes down. The wickets just keep tumbling here for Essex. 180 for 7 now. And Davis continues on her merry way. She's got 4 and still has time to turn it into a Michelle Pfeiffer.
Yeah, and that does pull her level with Phoebe Turner at the top of the wicket-taking rankings for this tournament. 21 for Davis, but as she's still got 5 balls left, she'll want to add to that collection. A comfortable catch in the end for Amu Suren Kumar, as it will be Gray who has to depart. Never really got going 3 off 4. I suppose it's a bit of an unenviable position, isn't it? Because if you don't fire immediately as a batter coming in late in the innings, it's kind of called a failure, and I think that's harsh given the context of the game, where, as Barbara mentioned earlier, if you don't get hold of it, you're called a failure. I think that was unfair for Eva Gray, but she isn't able to contribute too many runs on this occasion, as Essex lose their next wicket. 7 wickets down then for the guests.
Can Davis find her 5? She can't, because she's beautifully driven straight down the ground for 1. Opens the run account of Amara Carr, the ever dependable Amara Carr, who's been a professional ever since December 2020. Was part of the very first round of domestic professional contracts that came in back then. So that's short off the outside edge, nobody behind square on the offside, and a lucky 4. Didn't really know a lot about it, and the unhelpful in the scorebook moral victory goes to Georgia Davis, who flashes a wry smile of frustration to umpire Bainton.
Unfortunately, you can't win games on moral victories, but Georgia Davis has had 4 victories so far. Just a handful of balls left in what will be her 7th and final over.
Oh, and that's well bowled. A big swipe. And just like there's nothing for moral victories in the scorebook, there's no runs for bat speed. There's plenty of that there. Davis is changing her field. Davis is now saying, look, I think the outside edge is going to be found again. She's taken Davina Perrin out of that short mid-wicket position and is installing her at a gully for that sort of outside edge slice off the spinner. And that's just guided away, and it has managed to beat short fine legs, slow outfield, but it goes for 4. So this over is suddenly becoming quite expensive off Davis. That's the second boundary of it. Just a nice little tickle round the corner.
Yeah, unfortunate for the Warwickshire skipper that she's just lost it the last couple of balls in what has previously been a pretty much impeccable bowling innings from her.
Yeah, she's taken responsibility. She's saying I will be one of the 2 to have the golden 7th over. And largely she's shown she's worth it. Is that straight at point? There was some hesitancy thinking about a run. There was absolutely not a run there. That couldn't have been more perfectly placed straight at Sophia Smale at point had they tried. In fact, I beg your pardon, that's of course not Sophia Smale, because I've got my number 16s in confusion. It's Meg Austin. 189 for 7 the score then, and we have just 4 overs left of what should be some merry chaos at the end of this one. To take you round the grounds elsewhere, Hampshire are romping to victory against Durham, who managed just 224 for 9. Hampshire are 143 without loss in the 19th over. They are absolutely flying. Rihanna Southby has 56, Maya Bouchier, the mighty Bouche, has 76 not out. And that victory would see Hampshire extend their lead at the top and make it 9 wins from 12. That's a far more one-sided contest than what we're watching here. Of course, there's a semi-final in Tier 2. Yorkshire 78 for 3 after 20 in an even arm wrestle against Middlesex, needing 195 to win at Radler. The winner will play Glamorgan at Worcester in the Tier 2 Women's 50 over final next Sunday. Remember, the final of this competition on the 21st at Hampshire. These two won't be there, of course. Signed almost certainly to finishing in the bottom 2, unless either of these two could have a flurry of victories at the back end of the campaign. Wong changing ends from her earlier spell. And short and thumped away for 4 through square leg. That's a shot of real authority. It's one of the shots of the day. Wong maybe just holding up in a slow pitch that's got a little bit of rain on it and getting the treatment.
I just think it's probably not the right length to bowl there from Wong against Carr, who's pretty short in stature, so she's always going to chase that shorter boundary. Wong just maybe not quite adjusting quickly enough, given that she bowled to the longer boundary on the leg side in her earlier spell, but now she's not got much wiggle room at all on the leg side, and Carr just dismisses that one to the boundary. It was a lovely stroke though.
Now got to fish the ball back, which was a bit of a job under the roller, but we got there in the end. Elsewhere, Lancashire in 98 for 1 off 20, very well placed for victory against Surrey on the road that is Beckenham. Surrey posting just 225. So Lancashire well placed to pick up the points in that one. Surrey 4th coming into today, Lancashire 2nd, and a win would ensure that they would stay 2nd. What's Wong got on the reply? It's a well disguised slur ball that's just nibbled away for 1.
Inching their way to 200 here, Essex 194 now, thanks in large part to that big partnership between Grucock and Gardner that was worth 68 in the end before Grucock fell, and Gardner shortly after as well. Essex just looking if they can get one more partnership on the board. They can certainly get to 200, 220 maybe and beyond.
Wong just looking for the wide Yorker, going a little too wide. Just jumping back to those other scores. Surprise, surprise, Emma Lamb's in the runs in this competition again. It's quite astonishing just how far head and shoulders she's been above anyone else in it across this season. She has an unbeaten 50. 3 wickets for Grace Potts earlier, helping Lancashire to do the damage. Wong this time goes in the slot and gets whacked down the ground. What a shot that is. Izzy Wong's getting some treatment in this over. Bosh.
Monroe there just using all of her height, just pretty much stand and deliver. As soon as she saw that one was over pitch from Wong, her eyes lit up and a lovely almost golf shot over, well, it was the vacant long off region. They have now sent someone back, very much the horse having already bolted. Monroe, can she repeat the trick?
Yeah, she hit 28 not out off 19 in a losing cause 3 days ago against Hampshire at Chelmsford. And this time she's going to get more through the covers. Should be 1 out to deep cover. They're going to take 2 on the arm, and that's in fact good running. I misspoke there because actually with that longer boundary there is definitely the possibility of 2. And they ran quickly and they got 2. And Munro wants to strike back. She senses that she's in the mood here. Had she got in a few overs earlier against Hampshire at Chelmsford a few days ago in that brain effect game, they might well have not finished 4 runs short, Essex. Slower ball, almost a slower ball. and it's off the outside edge to short third. Another single. 200 has come up as well in the process of what's been quite an expensive over from Wong. Just whisking around the last game going on elsewhere that I hadn't mentioned in that roundup. Blaze 252 for 6 off 33 overs. That's a very good total at Taunton in a rain-reduced game. And shock horror, who could have guessed the Bryces are in the runs again? 50s for both Sarah and Catherine. Wrong again with a slower ball. It's a well-disguised one that Carr was nowhere near. End of the over. 202 for 7 with just 3 overs left.
Well, speaking of the Bryces, of course, we've got Scottish representation here as well in the form of Abtaha Maksud, and someone who could play a very key role in this as well, because I think her crafty spin might be quite a powerful weapon on this ground, and they'll certainly have seen Essex how Warwickshire have used their spinners, and will maybe have learnt a few lessons from that. I don't think it's really been a day for the seamers. Izzy Wong, she certainly had better days. Amusu and Kyoma, of course, she's been in the wickets towards the end, but she has come in for a bit of punishment as well. So for Essex, it's a question of who they use as the spinners and how many overs they bowl of spin.
It's funny though, cricket's such a strange sport, isn't it? You look at these overheads and what it's been like all day,
Yeah.
and you look at the fact we've got a boundary on one side that, I mean, it's not quite under 15s, but it's pretty short. And if you would have thought that it would be a day that would actually work out quite well if you're a seam bowler who can hit a decent length on this pitch. Some are definitely keeping low, the new ball moves around a bit, the overheads have been favourable all day with the cloud cover, but actually as it's borne out, it's been the spinners that have had a lot more joy. It's interesting to see, I guess the Essex bowling innings will show us a bit about whether that's to do with Brett is back and has been chopped into the onside for one, whether that's to do with which particular bowlers have bowled well, or a reflection that actually it's a slight misjudgment of conditions on our part.
Well, it's going to be 32 overs, of course, in this innings, and if they don't use any more seam, which is an option, they'll only have had 11 overs of seam and 22 of spin. As gets a bit creative there, and it will just drop short of Amusu and Kumar for a single.
Yeah, she's known, one thing to keep an eye out with Carr, she scores a lot of her runs, both with pulls and cuts, and then your flicks, your dabs, your tricks, your all sorts, behind square or pretty much on square, both sides of the wicket. She's a player that's known for her deft touches, and it's quite a good combination because Munro is known for her power down the ground, so between them that can be a nightmare to bowl at. Munro this time going back, just guiding straight to short fine leg for one.
It's also not surprising given the stature of the two batters, as someone who, I think if I tried a dab I'd take about 3 years to get back up, but I can bludgeon it down the ground. I think often you use the gifts that God has given you, and Amara Carr is always going to be someone more likely to be able to use that deft touch, but she's not afraid to hit it down the ground either. And because she's short as well, she's able to get underneath the ball, and the cuts and pulls come from the fact that a ball's going to get big on her earlier than it will get on someone who's 6 foot. And Munro, meanwhile, she's got the height, she's got the power, and she's not afraid to use it down the ground.
There's no doubt for me here, let's just turn away for one more, that it's Joe Gartner's gem of a 47 off 34 coming in after a clatter of wickets that is the reason why Essex are going to end up with well in excess of 200 here, as opposed to at that point we're probably scrambling just to get to that milestone. Down the track, but good response to seeing Carr coming down. Brett just kind of digs it in, almost the closest singer spinner can get to a Yorker, and Carr just nudges it out into the onside and says I'll have one. So end of the 30th over, just a couple left, 208 for 7. Don't go far in the mid-innings interval because that has been cut down from 30 minutes down to 10 in what is effectively turning it into a bit of a T20 style game, and that's a pretty sensible decision from the umpires, and that comes back to taking that time out from the rain that fell earlier. So if we'd have had the full 30-minute designated interval, then we would have lost another 20 minutes out of the match itself, which would have meant we'd have had a 30-over-side game. Going back to something I know you and Barbara Daniels were discussing earlier on, it certainly would have made the maths a bit more simple for the skippers, but it would have given us less cricket. So we're all for them staying out there for the 32 each with a 10-minute break. Wong is back for the final over of the innings that's to come from this end of the ground, then the Roebuck Road end. That's just miscued away for one.
So Wong will be the second bowler to get that golden 7th after the skipper, Georgia Davis. I suppose Hannah Baker would have been the other option. She's the only other bowler that's bowled 6, but she's been relatively expensive as well, going at almost 8 and over. Wong going at almost 7 after that expensive previous over.
Wong this time firing that in, but firing it down leg. And well, one thing that Essex will be pleased about, they've bowled far better after we've resumed in that 13th over, but that is now the 16th wide of this innings. Extras are up to 21, so that run of extras, particularly at the start of things, will be in the coach's notebook. Warwickshire head coach Ali Maiden. Wong with a change up, overcompensating. That's a wide on the offside, so that is now 16 wides for the innings. Hannah Hardwick's bowled 5 of them, Suren Kumar's bowled 2, but Wong has unfortunately been the worst in terms of that tally. She's now bowled 8 wides. This is her 7th over, so conceding an extra run and over just in wides. Wong this time is in the slot and he's absolutely thumped. That's gone a long way up the netting over mid-wicket. Well, it might be a short boundary, but that's a huge hit. That's 6 on any boundary. Great shot from Munro. 3rd 6 of the innings.
Wong maybe just getting a little greedy on the slow ball there, tries to go to it again, and Munro picks it and just seems to have all the time in the world. She's happy to just sit in her crease and swing, and she gets fully rewarded for that one. A lovely hit.
He's back this time and get one through mid-off. At Edgbaston Community Sports Ground. Cricket first played here in 1889, 136 years ago. Great pleasure. Yours truly, Michael McCann, you're listening to alongside 1993 World Cup winner Barbara Daniels and German international Tina Goff alongside. Slow ball and turned round the corner by Carr, who adjusted really cleverly. Carr initially shapes to come down the pitch. Wong responds with the slow ball and Carr just rolls her wrists on it. That's a fine shot.
It's the 3rd slow ball in a row from Wong. 2 of them have gone to the rope. Carr on that occasion just maybe calls Izzy Wong's bluff, goes down the pitch and is able to knock it away through the vacant mid-wicket region. There is a mid-wicket or deep mid-wicket out there, but she's quite straight. So if you get past the square leg of Suren Kumar, it's going to be 4 on this short boundary.
This time it should be just 1. Wong's previous over went for 13. And this one has been pretty expensive already. 1 wide, 6, 1, 1. So she's still got a bit of work to do to complete it. 2 left to get out of the over, and it's already gone for 11. Essex have had this almost U-shaped innings, a fast start, really slowed down, and then have accelerated nicely towards the back end.
Well, that 220 we were talking about has been hit already. 223.
We'll get at least 1. We'll get much more than 1 here. Just using the pace of Wong, opening the face, and it's gone for 4 to the long boundary. That is exactly the kind of shot Carr's known for. The deft touches square of the wicket, and an expensive over finishes with another boundary. So with just 1 over left now, Essex flying along to 2-2-7 for 7, and the partnership is almost at 50 already. The partnership is 47 off 23. I can tell you that is the fastest partnership we've seen all game by a distance. These two between them are going at 2 a ball.
It's been excellent striking from these two. It's the 8th wicket partnership, and there's nothing more frustrating, I can tell you, than a bowling side when you think, okay, we've broken the back of this batting innings now, we're into the tail. But especially the likes of Maricart and Monroe, they're by no means tail order batters, even though they've maybe been dropped down in this game, and they're showing us exactly what they can do going into the final over. Interesting that they've turned back to seam here in the form of Amusa and Kumar. I think someone like Phoebe Brett can consider herself a little unlucky that she hasn't bowled her 7th here. She only went at 5s, but it will be seam in the final over here.
Well, they're clearly hesitant to bowl spin right at the death. Suren Kumar this time hit towards us, fielded by Wong in front of us. 1 for 29 off her 3 for Suren Kumar thus far. Reminder that both of these sides out of the immediate qualification picture. Essex with 1 win, 9 defeats and no result. Warwickshire with 2 wins, 7 losses and an epic tie that opened their campaign, where Hampshire made 208 and Warwickshire needed 4 to win off the final ball. So that's flat batted, almost hockey style, through extra cover, 4 runs. Well, that is just brute power and a bit of timing as well, to be fair, from Munro. The partnership has flown past 50 and right now they're just not finding the answers, Warwickshire.
She almost sliced that one, did Monroe, got underneath it and it just fizzed past the dive, despairing dive of Abby Freeborn there in the covers.
Suren Kumar this time finding the gloves, nice keeping, standing up. I mentioned that tie, it was pretty extraordinary game where Warwickshire were 103 for 2 and in truth they slightly threw it away. They had a bit of a collapse after Abby Freeborn went for 70 and ultimately ended up with scores level against Hampshire, but since then just 2 wins and 7 defeats. It's just dug out on the half volley. There'll be 1 more. I'll be very content with this, I would have thought, Essex. The pitch doesn't look like it's got too many demons in, but we've seen some keep low. It is taking a bit of spin, even with 1 short side. They're now going to set a total that will be up and around 7.5 and over required rate.
Ooh.
Goes for the scoop, and that's been stopped at short fine leg. Came off something on the way through.
I was waiting for the signal from the umpire there. I was thinking, what, possibly a wide pop, possibly buys if it went straight over the stumps, but it must have taken a bit of the pad or the glove. And we've had the left-hand, right-hand combination all innings, and I think this is a brilliant combination from Essex as well, because it's almost the little and large, the power and the precision.
And this time it's belted down the ground, fielded well by Davis. They're briefly interested in 2, but not even really a remote chance of 2, and that will be that for the first innings here. 235 for 7 posted by Essex. They would have been very content with that after 32 overs, after Warwickshire won the toss and bowled. But part of the reason they did is because of feeling like DLS might work in their favour. Honourable mentions to Jo Gardner for her 47 off 34 top scoring, Jodie Grucock with a very handy 39, Ariana Dowse very fluent for her 36. In terms of the bowling, Georgia Davis with 4 for 35 from her 7 and a maiden. No doubt the pick of the bowlers. 236 is the target. A few words of wisdom from Tina Goff as the players head off.
I think Essex will be more than happy with that one, and I think the reason they'll be most happy, Michael, is because it was a team effort. It's not often you get a total plus 200 and 35 in the end and no one scored a 50. As you said, 47 and 3 players getting into the 30s. But maybe that will also give Warwickshire heart, because they know maybe then they don't need someone to go huge, because that's something that they've actually been struggling with all season. They haven't had too many players getting big runs, only 2 Centurions, one of whom, Emala, isn't playing today. So for them it'll be a case of, okay, can we kind of emulate Essex and build those partnerships? They don't have to be massive ones, but just ones that chip away at that total. And I suppose for Warwickshire, the beauty they have is that they know exactly where they stand, and that's why they won that coin toss and wanted to chase, because, well, fingers crossed there's no rain around, then they know exactly what it is, and it's 236 to win off 32 overs.
Yeah, I should also mention that Sophie Munro is the one that also deserves a shout out. 36 not out off 19, continuing from her excellent finishes knock in defeat against Hampshire at Chelmsford a few days ago when she made 28 not out off 18. So she's 64 not out of 36 between those two innings, but that's not quite, of course, how it works. But the point being is Munro's finished things off very nicely for Essex, who will feel very pleased with their work. We'll see you in about 8 minutes or so because of that rain-reduced interval for the run chase. To win at a run rate just hovering around 7.5 and over. Essex will be the happier with that total. I think we've all established, both in the commentary box and from chatting to colleagues in the press box as well. I think everyone's in broad agreement about that.
I'm just going to say now that's, we've had commentary box and now press box. It's quite
Oh, it's glamorous.
interesting terms. And
yours truly, Michael McCann, once again joined by 1993 World Cup winner and umbrella holder Barbara Daniels.
And you've just been given the Butterfingers Award for spilling your coffee all over your notes.
Yeah, I have been. That's exactly why I'm in the fictional commentary box and not out there. City Road End, ready for first ball of the reply, which is right on the button from someone who, despite a very disappointing campaign for Essex, has been one of their better players, no doubt, which is Esme McGregor. She got 100 in the wild card off the basis of an excellent blast. She's coming in here to Meg Austin. Bethan Ellis is at the non-striker. She's in good form, having top scored with 70 yesterday in the Tier 2 semi-final for Glamorgan against Northants. Austin not quite off the mark here. Interesting to see what this ball does early. It will nip around for McGregor, I think it's fair to say, we reckon. And there's a bit of variable bounce, there's some keeping a touch low.
It's been a variable bounce all day, hasn't it? But it hasn't really had an impact so far. It's
flicked away out to deep square leg where Joe Gardner does the fielding. There's a lovely feature of Esme McGregor that's well worth a watch if you can. Reading the last of it off my coffee stain notes, but it's literally called One of Our Own on the Essex Women's YouTube page, and she's essentially walking through some of the parts of Essex and Colchester that have meant the most to her in her cricket upbringing.
Oh, that's a nice idea, actually.
And it's one of the better put together features I've seen of bits of women's cricket content in recent times. So that's pulled away. It could well be the first boundary of the innings, and even the ever dependable Joe Gardner can't stop that as it slides away for the first 4 of the reply.
It's a tough old job patrolling this boundary, I think. She almost made a brilliant stop, and it's just snuck under.
Yeah,
but that's Warwickshire underway now, the first boundary.
She's one of the best boundary fielders in the business, so if Joe couldn't stop it, few would have managed it. It's a very short boundary that's out towards us. That's straight to backward point. Could be a run out. Direct hit might have been close, but as it is, they scramble to get through. Just jumping back to that McGregor feature was quite nice. She talked about starting playing at Ipswich schools. She said, I got so bored watching my brother Joe, but eventually my best mate persuaded me to give cricket a try. And the rest, as they say, is history. Now she's very much the better of the 2 siblings. So that's hammered straight at point. McGregor, who she also talked about, and this is a kind of image I think a lot of cricketing parents can relate to, 6 without loss after the first over, talked about bowling to her brother who was a batter in the kitchen, and essentially her parents not always necessarily being too chuffed with that being both young children's kind of main choice of cricketing arena. And that was where she first honed her skills, being demanded to bowl by her brother, and now here she is, one of Essex's top seamers. And speaking of top seamers, here's Eva Gray, who has 15 wickets in the competition. Nobody else for Essex has more than 9. So that gives you an idea of just how reliant they've been on Eva Gray. She has had a very good competition, and she bowls mostly in the power play and at the death, and she has got an economy rate of under 5, which you take every single day and twice on a Sunday.
Impressive stats, good to see. She's played in the 100, hasn't she?
Certainly has, yeah.
It's nice to see her with a more significant role in the Essex setup.
Yeah, Gray will get this new ball to swing. She's skiddy, she's an awkward customer. That's a nice start. Good ball that is given the respect it deserves.
Going back to that piece on McGregor, I suspect there's a fair few brothers around and about who've assisted in the development of many a women's cricketer. I've got 3 older brothers who claim any credit for my anything I've ever achieved.
Well, you know that. See, we'll come back to that. Gray just this time being guided down the ground. There is a thing in this, an increasing amount of research on this, that basically it helps to be a younger sibling.
Oh yes, no.
Because essentially you're consistently getting training partners who are older and stronger and better than you as your primary partners. Yes. Pretty much in any sport, essentially, you've got a better chance of making it if you're the younger sibling. That's again well bowled, and that's gone through everything. That's going to be 4 byes. It has kept low. Carr found it awkward. And And it bounced for a second time just in front of the wicket keeper, and those ones are always not particularly fun. So it's 4 bonus runs for chasers.
Definitely a bonus for Warwickshire. That was a big old swipe. You're quite happy not to hear the stumps go behind you at one of those. But Warwickshire will take them any way they come. They need to get up with the rate or give themselves a little bit of time, but 32 overs isn't that long, is it?
Gray this time finding the inside edge, one that definitely moved back even from our position here at deep extra cover. Not the best place to judge. A good place to get your cricket news, deep extra cover. That being the website, not the fielding position, but not normally the best place to judge swing. But we can even see from here that Gray is certainly getting the ball to talk a bit. Back of a length, and that's gone through as well. So that's going to be a second lot of 4 byes in the over, or it might even be wides. In fact, it's 5 wides. So it's Gray this time who's guilty of losing a line. Slightly more the bowler at fault this time than the keeper.
I wonder on that line whether it's just because of the short boundary on the offside, whether she's just so concerned about trying to bowl straight.
This is a dot ball from Gray. Tina Goff is flashing me a scorecard that has got more ducks in it than a pond. 414 for 5 plays, 7 for 4 in England versus South African men. One of a number of other games going on across the circuit today. Plenty else happening in women's cricket too. Games unlike our one that have a real consequence in terms of the semi-final shake-up. It's Gray again getting through the dots, and well, it's a strange over in truth because we've had 8 byes from it. It's not something you find yourself saying often as a commentator. It's 17 without loss after 2. Just a reminder, Warwickshire with just 2 wins from 11 plus a tie. Essex with 1 win, 9 losses on both these sides have had a no result. So what that means is that in reality Essex can't finish higher than bottom or second bottom, and Warwickshire will only be able to finish outside the bottom 2 if they win today and win their last couple. But these both sides both out of contention for a top 4 finish and a semi-final spot. But there's plenty going on elsewhere.
But again, just coming back to it being a dead rubber or otherwise, people have still got quite a lot.
Not the words I use.
No, I'm just saying words that some people may choose to use. Another swing and a miss there. But there's these days in women's cricket. There is a lot to play for, not just domestically, but there's other franchises around the world, and there's still the chance, isn't there, for people to put their hand up and be seen. Yes, for next season over here, but also there'll be positions going. It's all. I think there's. They can't sort of stand down and relax really. I think, which is a good thing.
Well bowled again by McGregor. Yeah, I think you're into the word I would use for it is subplots. There's a lot of subplots in this game. There's quite a few players who are getting their chance in one of these teams, having not had much of an opportunity through the rest of the season, who might be getting that chance because of loss of form or injuries to others who want to come in and prove their point and prove they should be there more often. So that's hit hard straight at mid-off. It is worth saying as well, and I meant to mention this during the first innings, there's every chance that Essex's next women's head coach is watching our live stream, because whilst applications haven't officially opened, I can tell you for a fact that quite a few coaches since the departure of Andy Tennant have got in touch with the club directly to throw their hat in the ring. McGregor this time is square driven, nice looking shot, half stopped, and that'll be a single. And Essex after this have got just a couple more games finishing. Surrey at Beckenham on Wednesday, and then at home against Blaze at Chelmsford on the 13th. So there's change going on there. There's players who want to remind that potential new head coach as well as current director of cricket Danny Warren what good players they are, despite what's in truth been a really disappointing campaign for Essex. It's been nowhere near the season that they'd have wanted or expected. They're the one team across the 8 that's really struggled in both formats. So that's guided up towards mid-off. All the other 8 teams in Tier 1, the elite portion of domestic women's cricket, for those maybe relatively new to it, have at least been able to point to in either T20 or 50 over cricket, one of the two, or a run in the County Cup as a bit of a consolation. And Essex are the one team of the 8 for whom just haven't quite managed to make it fire in anything, in truth. McGregor this time is flicked down to Gardner at deep square leg. McGregor has been one of the bright spots of the season, though, no doubt. That's end of the over. 19 without loss after 3. Well worth it, just to mention again, watching that one of their own feature. She was walking around Castle Park in Colchester, where she grew up. She went for a tour around Colchester and East Sussex Cricket Club, or I should say really took the Essex admin team on a bit of a tour of the club where she grew up, watching her brother Joe once upon a time before realising she could do a better job than him. That's me, McGregor in from the City, the Roebuck Road end. From the City Road end, it will be Gray to continue.
So what do you think that's been for Essex then? Because on paper they have got, they've got a decent team on paper. Maybe not so many stars as some of the other teams, but have you seen them enough to offer a view?
I wouldn't say I've seen them enough in person, but naturally, you do your research, you talk to people. One thing Danny Warren said to me that I think was a fair point that I hadn't fully considered was you don't have any England players in this side. Now, I don't actually mean that in the sense that you might think, well, you don't have any England players, you're missing all of that quality. It's actually an unintentional consequence of Charlotte Edwards taking over as England head coach. So that's slightly sliced away, not where she wanted it to go off the outside edge. It's a decent half stop from Abtaha Maksud, keeps it to 1. So of course Charlotte Edwards coming in as head coach, one of the big things that changed was a lot more England players playing domestic cricket far more often. It was almost chalk and cheese, from very much wrapped up in cotton wool to, unless someone has got a proper injury, you are very likely to see them playing for their county very regularly. So to follow that logic through, that's just guided to short mid-wicket. If you're a county like Essex, which is almost identical to Sunrisers in the previous regional setup, with no one who is directly regularly in those England squads, you're actually suffering hugely because everyone else has suddenly got so much stronger. All of these players like a White Hodge, a Dunkley, Arlott was playing regularly, to be fair, but you take my point.
Yeah, I do know that.
And Eccleston and Cross.
Yeah. And they played a significant number of games at the beginning of the season, didn't they?
Oh, yeah. And these kind of players who, in truth, would have been, in years gone by, not quite invisible to the domestic circuit, but, very rarely spotted, have been there far more often. And so logic follows that if you're the one team that have none of those players, actually that's going to really hurt you. So that's definitely one thing that hasn't helped Essex. So that's hit straight to short mid-wicket. It just dipped late. It was a catching chance though, and it is a drop. That is a life for Bethan Ellis. It wasn't an easy chance for Sophia Smell, but she got her hands underneath the ball. She's a naturally decent fielder, and I think she'll be disappointed not to catch that.
Just dipped at the end, didn't it? Just couldn't quite get her fingers underneath that.
Short, and this time it's almost hit straight to cover point. She's living something of a charmed life here, Bethan Ellis. I'd like her to give me the lottery numbers. End the 4th over, 21 without loss. So Ellis dropped by Smale with the score 21 without loss. Just to continue that discussion we were having in relation to Essex, I think you can also say when you look at, just for example, the batting, this one-day cut, Cordelia Griffiths averaging 21, Joe Gardner before today was averaging 19, Amara Carr 17, Lizzie McLeod 17, Flo Miller 15. I think at the start of the season you would have said it's quite long odds on players of that consistent domestic quality all averaging at most 21. So again, there's been issues with that batting, an over-reliance on Grace Scrivens. That's been relatively obvious. McGregor continuing. That's going to dribble away for a dot ball. And again, I was chatting to Abtahar Maxine before the toss, and she said she had no problem with me repeating it. Quite simply, with the bowling attack, just haven't taken enough wickets. Eva Gray's taken 15. Abtahar herself is second with 9. But you have to, you notice when you look down the top run scorers and the top wicket takers in the competition, on both counts, they haven't got a lot of representation up there. Gray's the only one in the top 25 with the bowlers, and Scrivens is the only one in the top 25 with the batters. Hit hard, down the ground, that will be 4. Good strong shot from Meg Austin.
Well, that'll make her feel better. Both batters have been looking a bit frustrated, and with those couple of chances nearly going as well, they're looking like they feel the urge to get moving a little.
So how does McGregor respond here to that? She's gone full, she's tempted to go short.
Very find the ball first.
Yeah, that's a good point. Good attacking. Well, if you like your attacking cricket, it's a good attacking field here from Essex. They've got a couple of slips in, got deep square leg out and deep point. So I mean that's just a few factors I would probably point to. And then also people remember that the Sunrisers won the 50 over competition last season, and this Essex side is very similar. But I do think you have to also remember how they won that competition. That's off the outside edge. Well, 2 slips and it's just wide of both of them. That's unlucky from McGregor, who gets the tiny, almost non-existent consolation of the moral victory, and it's 4 more.
Yeah, you don't like a moral victory, really. But Warwickshire will be feeling a bit happier with those 2 boundaries so far in this over. So it'll be interesting to see what happens next year then, and whether they bring anybody else in, or you allow this team to grow and develop.
Smashed away, poor ball, leg stump, half volley, flicked for 6, so effortlessly. Well, it's a short boundary, but that was clearing it on a much bigger ground, and that is the first 6 of the run chase.
That was very, very nicely picked up there, very easily played. For a 6, I don't think I've ever seen a ground with so much high netting around. It's a very effective high netting. That stops the ball disappearing into the trees, whatever's behind there.
Without it, I think a 50 over game with the wrong combination of bowlers and batters might become a 2-day game.
No, it's very good.
The over rate might well sink through the floor, but that netting means the ball's back pretty quickly. McGregor's got some thinking to do. This over's been expensive. Still power play time, of course. That's guided back, better ball from Esme McGregor. So what I was going to go back to, it'd be very easy to say, well, Sunrisers won the Rachel Hayher Flint Trophy. That's the Premier 50 over competition in England. We're into this in the county structure. It's a very similar team. You would expect Sunrisers to be very competitive again. It's not an unreasonable point, but it misses the context of how they won. They snuck into 4th. They were not dominant throughout the league phase of that competition. That's down the ground for no run. What they managed to do, that Sunrisers team, is they got the best out of the parts that they had. A lot of players in that group, by their own admission, told me privately that they had one of the best seasons of their entire careers. So you got a happy thing where quite a few people peaked at the right time. But particularly in the back end of that league campaign, they got a few wins, they got on a roll, and they went, and partially because Sparks managed to unexpectedly beat Blaze as well, they snuck into 4th. They went away to the Northern Diamonds at Headingley, and in a big shock went away to the leaders of the league phase, who were very impressive and put in a great performance, beat the Star, a star-studded Stars team on DLS in the final at Leicester, and deservedly won the trophy. But as an overall competition, you wouldn't say they dominated the competition.
No.
They peaked at the right time. It's Gray this time has pulled away for 1. It's interesting. I was talking to Joe Gardner, who's a big football fan, who actually compared it a bit to when a team sneaks into finishing 6th in the playoffs, and then they manage to go and win the playoff semi-final against a team that finished 3rd, and then they go to Wembley and they win it, and suddenly they're promoted. And it was a little bit like that. So it was a huge achievement, but again, that context is important. It's Gray, who's whipped away through deep square leg for what will be 1. So those are the sort of the things that come to mind. From
it's just going to be interesting as this domestic professional setup develops, and there's a new coach to come into Essex, is how much time people are given, coaches, players, to say that was a bad season, and but with the same resources we can still do a better job. How forgiving people will be. I mean, to be honest, Phoenix are in a not dissimilar position. They haven't performed nearly as well as they should have, in my view.
To give you the sort of source quote, Andy Tennant leaving after 3 years in charge. The break in fixtures has been an opportunity for the club and myself to reflect and look ahead to next season. Following those conversations, like now's the right time to step aside and seek my next opportunity. That was Andy Tennant's words. This time guided back to Gray. Danny Warren, who is very much staying in position as Essex Director of Cricket, and she had that role at Sunrisers right throughout the 5 years of regional cricket. So the transition of the group to Essex has been an exciting challenge, and Andy's hard work in ensuring this was as seamless as possible has been hugely important. He should be proud of what he's achieved during his time at the club, which has included many individuals starring in this year's 100 and representing their county at international level.
And all of that is true, isn't it? This is the first year of this new competition. They'll be finding their way. Again, people are finding their way in a professional setting for women's cricket, and these players are finding their way. Coaches who work with them are finding their way. So I think it's going to be interesting to see in the next 2, 3, 4 years how that grows and develops, and how the teams move about.
And it's also the age-old county cricket dilemma of what a coach is judged on. Is it results? Is it trophies?
Oh, of course.
Is it getting players into the 100? Is it players playing for England? Is it a combination? Different people have different priorities, of course.
Well, and I think now with the competition like this and with the professionalisation of the game, it can't only be about. I mean, it's significant get people to play for England, yes, but also this domestic competition is important.
39 without loss after 6. After some more words from Barbara Daniels, she'll be joined by the brilliant Tina Goff.
The brilliant Tina Goff is coming in. Oh, he's nearly had another. He's nearly knocked all the laptop off the table as well as spilt his coffee. But Tina's managed to make it unscathed as we move into the 7th over. We've got to the first sign of spin. As Abdahar Maqsood is going to make her first appearance of the match with her leg spin, so this will be interesting. That's a wide first ball.
Yeah, we mentioned her in the previous innings, didn't we, as maybe someone to watch for this innings. We saw how much damage the Warwickshire spinners did. Abdahar will be hoping to repeat the antics of, for example, Georgia Davis, who picked up 4.
Again, just dabbed down into the backward point, but no run there. So this is the first over now out of the power play, so she's got able to have the field out, get a bit of protection in there. 40 off 6 then, so for Warwickshire, so a reasonable start. Oh, she's bolder. So there you go. Leg spinner comes on. Wide dot wicket. That's just snuck under the bat as she's come out to meet that. So the first Warwickshire wicket falls. Essex are delighted. Warwickshire have got a lot to do here, I think.
Meg Austin there has to depart. A shake of the head from her. As she went off, she was kind of practicing that forward defensive shot that maybe would have been the better option. I think her eyes lit up when she saw Maqsood just flighting one above the eye line. It was an aggressive shot. I suppose with hindsight it's easy to say it was the wrong shot. It could have ended up in that netting we were talking about earlier, but as it was, just clipped the top of the bay. It was a brilliant leg spinner's delivery, wasn't it?
And that's just when your heart sinks as a batter and you think, oh, I'm there. Oh no, I'm not.
Interesting that Amisureen Kumar's coming out at number 3 here for Warwickshire. So the youngster, given a lot of the responsibility at the end of the bowling innings for the Bears, now has the opportunity to really make a name for herself here, given that you do have a lot of experience in the Warwickshire batting lineup. They've decided to throw the youngster out there.
Well, yeah, no, I haven't seen her bat before, but I've heard lots of good things about her, so it's definitely an opportunity. And I guess, in the context of neither side really is going to trouble the scorers in terms of the semi-finals, why not give people a bit of an opportunity? That's a lovely way to start, actually, to the off-spinner, just casually played off the front foot through the offside.
Well, this is only her third match in the 2 games she's played so far. She's got a 2 and a duck. But that's more not because of her lack of ability, but more she's played down the order.
Yes, okay.
So it's interesting to see this move. Maybe they see her as someone that can just accelerate quicker, given that it is reduced to 32 overs.
And that's a short ball that has been put away to the short boundary for 4 between 2 of the boundary riders.
Interesting, though, that they didn't turn to, for example, Davina Perrin, who, well documented in what form she's in, and you've got Abby Freeborn, who scored runs yesterday. So those are 2 batters who you'd probably expect to see before the youngster Suren Kumar. But it's a good move from Warwickshire. It's a bit of a roll of the dice, isn't it? Big appeal.
Oh, there we go. Big appeal for LBW, given very quickly. And that's the leg spinner coming on, dismisses both openers within her first over.
I think we can claim those 2 wickets, can't we? But we did say Maksud will be a key bowler, as it's transpired.
Well, and I think it's no surprise that they've turned to we'll see who they bring on at the other end, but turned to the spinners as soon as the power play's over. Just having seen, obviously, what the first innings did. And again, it's a long time since I've seen Maksud bowl live in terms of how much she actually turns it, and obviously we're not at an angle to see that, but it's nice to see her gaining some success. She's still playing for Scotland, I think, is she? Yeah,
she is. We were talking to her before the game about what Scotland have lined up. Quite famously, maybe not had as many games as they would have liked, but they are building up to, of course, the Global World Cup qualifiers, which are at the start of next year in Nepal.
Okay.
Before then, Scotland have a few different tournaments lined up just to get themselves into a bit of match practice, because January, of course, is quite an awkward time to have a World Cup qualifier when you've got Christmas beforehand.
Yeah.
Can't tuck into the Christmas turkey when you've got a qualifier a couple of weeks later. So I know Scotland have a very exciting few months to come, and Abdahar certainly will be a key cog in that machine, as well the Bryce
Would that be
sisters.
T20 qualifiers, would it?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I played for Germany in the Europe qualifiers a couple of weeks ago, which the Netherlands and Ireland got through. So they joined Scotland in the global qualifiers with the likes of presumably the UAE, USA, so all the teams that qualify from their respective qualifiers. Yeah.
And it is great to know that stuff's happening, and I know the standards are variable, but it's getting better again, and people those sorts of teams being able to play more competitively more of the time is essential, and which is why it's a concern, isn't it, in terms of the European cricket network, or cricket, is that what it's called?
European Cricket Network, yeah.
Yeah, that's struggling for sponsors at the moment and reducing opportunities for play. It's not what we want to hear, is it really? Well, definitely not what you want to hear.
No, I don't think 32 overs are enough to talk about the highs and lows of European cricket. But certainly Abdahar is someone who's been an absolute trailblazer, not only for Scotland but women's cricket across Europe, and well, she's blazing the trail here for Essex as well. Those 2 wickets coming in just 3 deliveries has really, again, turned this game on its head. 45 for 2.
And here we go, a batch of 2 wickets. A brace of 2 wickets, I should say. Another one. And so Eva Gray is going to carry on. And we've got Davina Perrin out to join Suren Kumar. So this could be an interesting partnership, this. And Warwickshire will hope it's a very productive one.
Excuse me.
Very much the young prodigies here.
Do you guys want
Davina Perrin, maybe a bit further along in her cricketing career than Amu Suren Kumar, but both of them still got such a bright future ahead of them, don't they? Perrin already showed us what she can do on the global stage.
So they're both 18, aren't they?
It's terrifying, isn't it?
Yeah. Terrifying and exciting, and all of that at the same time, and the future that they can face now compared to if they were 18 10 years ago, even very different.
can hear the volume of the Essex fielders has just notched up a few decibels, hasn't it, with those 2 wickets. I wouldn't say they were flat before, but certainly the partnership between the 2 openers, Austin and Ellis, was rattling along. In the end, it was worth 40 before Austin fell, and as we've seen the whole day, 1 brings 2. Ellis falling just a few balls later. Suddenly everything changes with both openers back in the shed. Austin 19 off 21, Ellis 15 off 19.
Don't you love it when a cricket cliche just comes to life in front of you?
You love it.
Yeah, that's why they say it.
What we're going to have next? The dot ball's a hot ball.
Join the dots.
Send the bell.
You can certainly sense that Essex smell blood here, don't they?
Well, and they should, shouldn't they? If
Yeah.
they could break this partnership before it gets going, and we know that they'll want to get Perrin out. They won't. I presume they won't know so much about Suryan Kumar. That's confidently played by Perrin off the back foot.
You don't get this at Edgeworth.
No. Did you have the dinner? Did you get the dinner ready? They have the dinner.
Oh, right.
You have a dinner in there though.
So great is being quite miserly here. And that's a very fine forward defensive shot, that. For no runs.
So I suppose we were talking about the reduced overs and how it benefits, I suppose, the batting side more because they know from the start what they need and how many overs in theory
Yes.
they'd have to get it. But there are a few advantages for the bowling side as well. It's blocked down the ground for no run. So Scrivens knows immediately what she has to play with, and that's 2 bowlers being able to bowl 7.
Yes.
So she can already plot at the start rather than what Georgia Davis had to do, which was kind of
Adapt
shuffle.
in the middle, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I got the
And yes, it's reduced. So what have we got? We've done 8 overs so far. So 47 for 2 Warwickshire now from 8 overs. These two have got some time. Although it's only 32 overs, they've got time to have a look, see where they're at before they feel, and they don't need to go mad, I think. And I think what the first innings showed is that it's a good pitch, and if you'll get value for your shots. But yes, just here we go. Maksud again. And that's sensibly played into a gap. See, it's easy cricket like that.
I suppose for Warwickshire the thing is the game's not going to be won in the next 10 overs, but you can lose it.
They get another cricket
There we
cliche in
go.
operation.
We should just get the cricket cliche book out and just, this is page 1.
I think Claire Jenkins has some sort of bingo card, actually. We can cross them off.
I suppose that's especially the case in a reduced format because you do have fewer overs to play with, and then I suppose the threat of a collapse is higher because you do know you have to keep going.
Yes.
You can't afford, like you might be able to in a 50 over game, to just meander for a few overs.
Yes.
If you do that, suddenly you're looking up at the scoreboard here and you've only got 15 overs left, which in the grand scheme of things is not too much when you're chasing 200 on a big appeal here. But I think the umpire's signalling here that it came off the glove.
They are just going to have to work out their plan of in the in the broadest terms, the plan of attack. The batters here, not necessarily to go out all attack, but if you're facing the leg spinner, there we go, just swept around the corner for 1. And again, what you do know as a batter at this point is whoever's bowling really well, they have only got a maximum of 7 overs. It's not to say you don't want to score any runs off, but you might just have to choose carefully and decide who else you might be targeting. It looks like Maksud's bowling very tidily here, getting a little bit of turn.
If I was Grace Scrivens here, I'd be tempted to just keep Maksud going throughout. I mean, I know it's early doors, we're still only in her 2nd over, but if she can just hold up an end for 7 overs, that's 14 overs of the game where you're basically not scoring from one end with the short boundary. And that one's clipped down the ground.
Well, she's taken a bit of a risk there to off the back foot, hit that over mid-off, been saved on the boundary. So they've run. We're on 3 runs there, I think. It was just missed. It was just over the head for a catch.
She'd been right back on the rope.
What Warwickshire won't want to do is lose Davina Perrin, I think, at this point.
Long enough, rather.
And that's interesting what we were saying about Grace Scrivens earlier in terms of the sort of mindset of I've got to look after, I've got to guard my wicket perhaps, and maybe it alters how I approach it. In this particular partnership, although these two are the same age, you'd think Perrin needs to be aware of the prize of her wicket, really.
Absolutely. It's not often you have a teenager who's playing the senior role in a batting pairing, but Perrin, despite her young years, she's actually turning 19 tomorrow.
Oh gosh.
So despite, well, still being a teenager, I suppose, but it's her 19th birthday tomorrow. She's had a lot of experience, not just this year, but the last few years being in and around the professional setup. So she has to kind of show maturity beyond her years to know what her role is in this game.
And just allow, again, she has got enough time, and she's a good enough player to the bad balls will come, and she can make of that. And we've got change of bowler. So is this Sophie Munro, I think, coming in to replace Eva Gray?
She did that a bit with the bat, didn't she? 36
gosh,
off
she
19.
did. So she'll be feeling confident, won't she?
Yeah, not out, and she's got, again, given her height, she's actually a bit whippy as well. Just skids it through.
Right, yes.
I think Perrin might be a bit frustrated that she hasn't beaten that one fielder who's in the ring there at mid-wicket, because there's a great big gap between mid-wicket and deep mid-wicket and then fine leg.
I suppose the key here for Warwickshire is to not panic. The run rate is still below 8, which, given the short boundary and the relatively quick outfield, is nothing to be too concerned about. You'll get the extras like that leg side wide, and even if you just keep yourself in the game, go into those final 10 overs, even if that run rate is up towards 10, you look at that short boundary and think a couple of big hits every over and you're on it.
It's interesting though, isn't it? Because you think sometimes the awareness of a short boundary makes you sort of just doesn't work out quite like you think. Because actually, if you hit the ball well, it's travelling really fast to the long boundary as well. She hasn't quite got a hold of that. It's just dropped short of the fielder down coming across from deep mid-wicket. So yeah, I'd say Perrin hasn't found her timing quite yet. And those of us with a Warwickshire bias would like her to soon. not get out at this point.
Oh, right, okay. And I'll take the assist for that because I was okay. Well, I didn't give away her confidence. Okay. It's never replaced her. Okay. What I did she posted.
It's another wide, isn't it? You're right. She's quite a whippy action from a higher position. It's quite a deliberate run up, isn't it? And then a whippy action through the crease.
The field placements are actually quite interesting as well, aren't they? Because they're almost just daring the batters to hit it to the leg side. They've only got 2 out on the leg side, or 2 fielders at all on the leg side, and they're both out at fine leg and at deep mid wicket. So it's almost saying, if you want to hoik us to the leg side, feel free, but you're going to have to clear the boundary, or just content yourself with a single. But at the moment, Amusa Kumar is not being tempted into any kind of trap as she plays that one with a nice straight bat.
Yeah, that's a very nice shot for Non. And again, so the challenge is on just to rotate the strike a little at this point. And there are gaps to do that. But you're right, it is a well set field actually. That's a leg by.
That's just her being a bit silly. But it's that case of
She was just looking like she'd be very whippy, flicky around the leg side, so we might want to see a bit more of that. I think definitely this year, Davina, I saw her last year, definitely is playing. I think she's much stiller at the crease. She was quite frenetic before. She's still got all the flair, but she just looks much more solid to me. There we go. That's a nice shot. Flicked around the corner of the leg side, another good stop at the boundary.
And then you end up messing about another.
You can see she's someone who's just playing with confidence as well. Even that one was just nothing more than a flick off the pads as we get to the end of the 10th over, 58 runs on the board. But even that flick almost found its way to the rope and was played with just someone who's got confidence flowing through their veins.
But she's balanced, you know, again, when I would have watched her last year, early on in the season, you know, she'd fall over on those a little bit. But that she just looks in control of those, and she's balanced at the point of impact. She has this sort of habit, doesn't she? She takes her helmet off quite regularly, so that's quite... It's interesting to note what different batters do as they're part of their concentration.
I could never take my helmet off because my hair never gets in the right place again. She's clearly got a better hair routine than I do. I also don't get it. I don't know if you did it when you played, taking the gloves off as well. I know people get sweaty hands.
That's a nice sweep around the corner. Oh, that's a good piece of fielding. It's 2 runs. That's a big old dive, and I stopped that game for 4.
Full Superman dive there from McGregor. Our view was actually obscured by the fence, so we were waiting to see if there was anyone going to cheer the boundary. In the end, it was the cheers of the Essex fielders for that great piece of fielding. But you often see non-strikers holding their gloves and running with their gloves in their hand, and I never get that.
I think Alice Capsey does that, doesn't she? That's another nice sweep. Watch the spin, straight to fielder for a single. I just, you know, it's just the fiddliness of it. It would make me really tense. I wouldn't be able to get them back on quick enough. It's like those nightmares that you have. I still get those nightmares when you're going out to bat.
Yeah.
And I go out to bat and I've just got my back cover and no bat. It's just like, oh no, it's too late. It's too late.
Also, then just putting wet gloves back on is just a very unpleasant feeling. Once they're on, they're on.
Yes, that's it. That's it.
Yes, Rose came from the north.
I suppose we've all got our quirks. Did you have any quirks when you were, or superstitions when you were playing?
I don't have any quirks now. I can't think. It's so long ago. I don't think I did particularly as a batter. I think sometimes I was undo and redo your pad straps. I know that once Velcro came in, it was buckles when I first started. Oh, and they were really irritating.
I can imagine.
And when we were playing in skirts, not trousers, and those buckles would rub at the top of your knee. Boy, it was tough in our day.
Yeah. You blazed the trail so that we had our Velcro. I mean, we all have our quirks, though, don't we?
Do you have one, batting?
Not really, but I think that's kind of an act of self-preservation, because I think if I started having quirks, I'd be like Rafael Nadal with all the fidgets. This field there.
This hasn't gone before, though, I don't think. There was a bit of a misfield and a slip. I think if we had, if we were on screen with a close-up, they might be checking that, but looked fine.
Stroke of fortune there for Sophia Smale, who put the dive in, kind of did the hard work getting down there and fumbled it and manages to pick it up. But another over comes and goes. Warwickshire trying to build, though, with this partnership between the two teenagers. It's worth, I suppose, not too many. It's 64 on the board, so this partnership now worth 19. But I suppose
they're still going just about a run a ball, aren't they, at the minute? So as a foundation, it's good. There's still 20 overs, still more than 20 overs to go. But yes, I think both of them would feel better if they just they got a couple of boundaries away.
Well, I suppose once we've had this over, that from then on makes it a 20 over contest. And if you said to Warwickshire you need 168 and you've lost 2 wickets, you'd think, okay, it's not the worst chase in the world. We've probably faced worse.
It would be a great chase to do. It'd still be a challenge. 168 of 20. But yes, they're in the game still.
Just ask the Warwickshire men yesterday evening about
I know.
Epic chases.
Know.
Fortunately on the wrong side of that one, but again, brilliant advert for the game and for the T20 Blast.
It's brilliant advert for the T20 Blast, but as a Warwickshire supporter, very
so
disappointing.
Oh, it's almost 1 foot in the final, wasn't it?
Yes,
especially when it's the home final.
Oh no! Sorry, that was a Warwickshire fan response as opposed to a commentator's. So that was a short ball that Perrin looked like she was trying to just glide over backward point to the boundary, although there was quite heavily defended that period of that part of the pitch, and she's just guided it straight into the hands of the fielder. She'll be very disappointed with that.
I
don't think there was enough pace on the ball actually to that shot, was there?
I think if she had her time again, she'd go hard at that one.
Yes.
It was one of those where if it was someone like Izzy Wong bowling, it would have flown to the rope, but because it was just a bit of pace off the ball, just didn't quite have enough elevation on it. And
you're right, she just needed to hit it actually.
Yeah.
It deserved to be hit. But there was protection actually, because there were 2 other deep fielders and then that backward point in the ring, so that's a significant loss for Warwickshire.
The big thing
Now 64 for 3, and Abby Freeborn coming in, I think, to join Surin Kumar.
So Sophie Munro picks up her first wicket of the game. It was Grucock who took that catch. It was like a backward point, wasn't it?
Yes, and I think it was a short ball, but it seemed to just hold in the pitch a bit. It seemed to take a while to reach Perrin. But yeah, looking at the field setting, even if she'd got hold of it, she might. Well, it would have had to go over backward points head, wouldn't it? Shame. She'll be disappointed in that.
Yes.
She can live. She's not going to have a house repossessed or anything like that.
Oh, that could be a decent shout. That's Abby Freeborn's gone to pull across the line. The ball's kept quite low and hit up on the pads. Big appeal. Umpire not interested, but that kept much lower.
It feels like the pitch has just slowed down throughout the day. Maybe this morning it was drier, just zipped through, but because of the moisture and the rain we've had, especially even when it wasn't raining, the pitch was under covers for about 2 hours, I think. It's just slowed it down a bit. And when you have Sophie Munro, who's quite skiddy at the best of times, swiping across the line, probably not the right call there from Freeborn, but she gets away with it.
That's better, yes, and I would much prefer to see her play a bit straighter to start with. Unless obviously it deserves to be put away square. But I think she's a better player than that, actually.
But actually,
Well, she proved it yesterday, didn't she? She scored runs yesterday for Glamorgan.
It's quite hard to keep up with the to's and froings of the lone world in the women's domestic game this year.
She's someone else as well who probably has a bit of a point to prove. She scored runs this year, but probably not to the very high standards that she sets herself. She's got a high score of 94, not out. She's actually Warwickshire's second highest scorer after Perrin.
Is she really?
But I think that's maybe less compliment to her and maybe more criticism of Warwickshire's batting,
generally.
which hasn't been its explosive best. And in fact, those two are the only 2 that have got over 300 runs. Third on the list is Nat Wraith with 258.
There, now that's a proper pull shot. That's a short ball, and she's waited for that and put that backward a square between the 2 fielders, and she'll be feeling better about that one than the first shot she played. That's the end of the 12th. 68 for 3, Warwickshire.
And that kind of underlines Warwickshire's batting struggles. If you look, so Davina Perrin, of course, she's out now. She was the top scorer. The 9 she added today takes her total to 364 for the tournament. And then the next best was, as we said, Freeborn 312.
Right.
And then after that, Nat Wraith 258. And they're the only 3 of the players playing today that have actually over 170 runs. Karis Pavley and Emma Arlett both have over 200, but they're not playing.
Yeah.
So you're suddenly looking a little light on batting. Not for a lack of talent, but just maybe a lack of form at the moment.
Yes, I think that's a good hand there in the field. Stopped a single.
Someone like Meg Austin, who of course is back in the shed now, scoring 19 today. She's such a talented player, also only very young, but she just hasn't been able to fire this season.
And that, it does take time, and
of course.
I think particularly with the batting. So that was a dance down the pitch. Actually, she did very well there, even though she didn't get a bat on it. She did very well to make sure she didn't just dance past that ball. I think batters take a while to mature, and I think numbers of these young players will be brilliant in moments, but really it still is your mid-20s really before you tend to get that level of maturity and consistency to work an innings, to recognise when the different phases are. So there's plenty to look forward to, and there's plenty of time. But I'd say just interesting as these setups develop, how long people will be given.
It's a cutthroat world, isn't it? Professional sport.
It is, but it's still so in its infancy that you know, you do need these youngsters to be allowed time to develop and not just chucked away too quickly. But I think we have to manage expectations of how consistently across a 12 or 14 sequence of games, maybe we shouldn't be expecting them to be hitting 50 every game.
Especially if you look at the top order for Warwickshire. So you've got Meg Austin, who actually turned 20 today, or turns 20 today. We heard Warwickshire.
Okay. Oh yes, we did. You found out the intel. Yeah.
Meg Austin turns 20 today, so before today was a teenager.
Yeah.
You've got Davina Perrin, who
18.
is still going to be a teenager despite her birthday tomorrow.
Yeah.
You've got Bethan Ellis, who's a very old, I think mid-20s, and she's kind of the old one in the team at 26.
Right.
And then you've got now Amisu Kumar, who's been put in at number 4, also 18. A teenager.
Yeah.
So if you look at 3 of the 4 are in effect still teenagers if you discount the 20th birthday today. And that maybe shows why Warwickshire have struggled this year, but it's also very exciting for what's to come for the next 3 to 5 years.
And I think that's, when you're looking to put teams together, sort of finding, if you take a Georgia Elwis, for instance, who, is old enough that she's played with me, and I captained her when she was, sort of at Staffordshire and Wolverhampton and all that stuff. But is, she's not in the England setup anymore, but she's a really reliable, sound cricketer. And you could just do with maybe 1 or 2 of those who will help those younger ones, to sort of play around, really. So another short ball. And I think Freeborn will be happy to see those. Just a single down to square leg.
If you think the captain of Warwickshire, Georgia Davis, she's only 26.
Yes.
So you're looking at a team that's must be averaging age probably early 20s, mid 20s at the most. Which is not to say they're not capable; they're absolutely more than capable. But
they're going to need a few. And this, I try and explain this to people who are only used to men's cricket. So even though they've turned professional now, still relative to boys of their age, that's going to be I don't know if she's hit that. Whether that's going to be a wide. Let's see.
Thankfully, the Northants one.
Oh, just a single leg bite. They still haven't played a lot of cricket.
No.
So I have a friend who's got a lad who's in the Warwickshire under-15s or district under-15s, and I was chatting to him the other day, and he was off playing. He was just about to go and play his second 2-day game of the summer. I said, "What 2 days? You played, 2 innings and declaration and stuff." He said, "Oh, it's not, 90 overs." You're just thinking, "Wow, look at that! You're 15, and already you're playing red ball, 2 innings cricket." And I'm thinking, and it doesn't matter if you're ever going to end up as a pro or not, but the level of thinking and the skill development that happens in those kind of games, these girls currently will never ever get.
Yeah.
And so whilst lots has happened, the relative experience of a 21-year-old, even a 25-year-old, is perhaps more like a 15-year-old district cricketer, And that's not knocking it; it's just saying it's a different context of the kinds of experience they bring into these matches yet. And that's where there's a lot of learning still to be done, and where captains need help and stuff as well. They just haven't been in those situations as much as even a young lad might have been.
And I think that's where we'll see maybe the difference in 5 to 10 years, because then you do have players who are either in academies or actually turning professional by the time they're 16, 17, 18.
And playing more cricket.
Exactly, whereas a lot of these girls, if they were playing 5 or 10 years ago, I'm talking about maybe the girls in their 20s, they were just playing club and county cricket with not even a thought of doing this as a living. I remember I was speaking to Ariana Dowse.
That's well run. Go on, Abby.
Well run. They get through for 2 despite a good piece of fielding out there in the deep by the sliding figure of Flo Miller. I was speaking to Ariana Dowse just a couple of years ago. It's an exaggeration to say that she was almost giving up on cricket, but she was thinking, well, where am I going with this? And she's still only very young, and she's thinking, okay, do I kind of put all my eggs in the professional cricket basket? And as any young player of any sport will know, plus parents, that it's not exactly a banker.
No.
Or do I just go and look for a job, like anyone who is early 20s considers doing? So I was very glad to see her out there this morning performing well on this professional stage.
That was a productive little over for Warwickshire there. 76 for 3 of 14. I'm going to vacate my seat and see if Mike can manage a session without spilling anything.
Well, you know the reason that the swap is occurring is because there are maybe a few spots of rain about, so the umbrella monitor does need to take her spot on the seat, which is, I think by the time the game will be over, I think the seat will be underground, the way that it's sinking into the mud to our left, but the game will continue. It's certainly not kind of danger territory so far. There's just one kind of heavy cloud lingering above us, but there's still a few pockets of blue sky as Michael joins me back in the commentary box. 76 for 3 at the end of the 14th.
Yeah, that's guided away into the offside for no run. This game sees Warwickshire a little behind where they want to be, but that will help from Perrin, lofted up and away comfortably for 6 over that relatively short leg side boundary that's so attractive to an impressive young batter like her. It's going to sound an odd thing to say, she didn't really get hold of that. It was just a little chip. It's almost like a pitching wedge on the golf course. Does Perrin go again? Oh, beg your pardon, it's Sami Suyankumar. Bit of a brain fade there from yours truly. Commentators are human beings like all of you and make mistakes. Little too long sinking a coffee and talking nonsense in what we're not calling the press box. What we're going to call the press area. We're going to call it that. Is that the name? Commentary area.
The press concrete slab.
The press concrete slab. Press patio. There we go.
That makes it sound a lot more elegant than it might actually be in real life.
Yeah, this is plenty of setups I've had this summer have got Comcam. Unfortunately, we don't have that today, but we would be able to show you the sort of general chaos that we've got here, including the chairs sinking into the bushes away to our left-hand side. All part of the fun. Suyankumar looking for a bit of a breakout innings here. They are 19 behind on DLS, and I'm not saying that because I think the game's going to be rained off, but I think it's an interesting barometer. So that's swept one more. I always think DLS is underrated as just giving you an idea of where a game sits, and right now DLS reckons that Warwickshire are 20 behind. Now that's a fair old chunk of runs.
It is indeed, especially having lost 3 wickets and the wickets coming into play when you're factoring DLS. And we were speaking earlier that Warwickshire aren't blessed with recent runs up and down the order. They've got a lot of talented batters, but not a lot of them have scored too many runs this campaign so far. So that will play into it as well. And it does mean that someone here has not necessarily got to go big, because we mentioned earlier about how no one really went big in the Essex innings, but they just need to build those little partnerships. But unfortunately, the top score so far is Suyankumar, who of course is still out there, still got time to do the damage, but otherwise just been a few half contributions from the batters back in the shed.
Suyankumar will get 1 this time, out to deep cover. She's on 21 off 25. And he's looking very fluent. End of the 15th, 88 for 3.
So this partnership is, I'd say, slowly building. It's worth 24 now after the loss of Davina Perrin in that 12th over. But it's not enough so far for Warwickshire. I suppose the benefit is that they do have Abby Freeborn out there, who has got runs this year. She's got runs this weekend, and she needs to find a few more today. And Amu Suyankumar, having been boosted up the order, has got the opportunity here to really, I suppose, make a name for herself. We were saying earlier about how it's not necessarily a game where everything is on the line in terms of position in the table or semi-final prospects, but certainly for individuals, it's a case of can they stand up and be counted. And Amu Suyankumar, without putting the ultimate curse on her, is looking comfortable. She's looking good out there. I made the rain curse earlier, so I'm looking if I can make it 2 from 2. But the youngster is going well. 23 to her name. She just knocks that one into mid-wicket for a single.
The voice of German international Tina Goff.
Monroe into her 4th over here. Picked up the 1 wicket so far, as that one has knocked down the ground for no run there from Abby Freeborn.
We've got a result. Well, it's so close to a result. We can call it a result. I mean, if they lose it from here, it's something extraordinary. Hampshire need 7 runs to win off 15 overs with 9 wickets to spare against Durham. If they lose it from that, that's one I'll be watching back on the live stream. And we've got the verge of a result at Beckenham as well.
Again, Freeborn looking solid, but just not being able to notch up the singles yet. She's 8 off 13. So yeah, looking like a few results around the ground. And well, at the moment, Warwickshire still have the opportunity for the result to go in their favour, but they need to push on sooner rather than later with those overs ticking down now. 16 and a bit overs left in this innings. Monroe here persisting with this very offside heavy field. That one is clubbed down the ground and they run through for a single. It was half fielded at mid-off by Eva Gray.
Yeah, so Durham have been booshed. Maya Boucher with 87 not out off 76. And meanwhile, a very good day for Lancashire, who have gone to Beckenham and are going to win relatively comfortably. They need 3 to win off 5 overs with 5 wickets in hand. They bowled Surrey out for 225, thanks to 3 wickets from Grace Potts, a couple for Hannah Jones and Fee Morris. And in the chase, Sophia Smelt 67 not out and 59 for the ever impressive, particularly in 50 over cricket, Emma Lamb.
Of course, Lancashire and Surrey are the 2 destinations of the 2 teams out there in the middle now. Warwickshire going to Lancashire and Essex going to Surrey, both in 3 days' time. Difficult away fixtures for both of these teams though, given their status in the table, but I suppose one of them's going to go into that game with a bit of confidence, with a win under their belts, as both of these sides have found wins hard to come by in this campaign. Just the 3 wins between them. Warwickshire 2 to their name, Essex just the 1. Monroe's been bowling well here, been pretty miserly. Economy is less than 5, as this one again clubbed away through mid-wicket. But at the moment, Essex more than happy to give Warwickshire the single into the leg side, knowing that the run rate just keeps on ticking up and up. Barbara and I were talking a few overs ago of that run rate being below 8, and Warwickshire probably happy with that, but now it's ticking more towards 9 as we get to the end of the 16th over. 92 runs on the board for Warwickshire, loss of 3 wickets. But Amu Surenkumar is out there. She's 24 not out of 28, and Abby Freeborn slowly getting into her work here, 9 off 15.
In terms of what those results mean for the table, so Hampshire now have 9 wins from 12, so have continued to consolidate their position at the top. Lancashire have consolidated, easy for me to say, their position in second. Meanwhile, Surrey are clinging on to that final semi-final spot. They've now won 5, lost 5 and tied 1, as the new over starts with Freeborn finding deep cover for 1. Blaze sit third. They are still playing right now. They started the day with low Lancs on net run rate. Durham stay 5th. Somerset, of course, are currently in action in that game against Blaze, and then you're watching Warwickshire versus Essex, 7th versus 8th. That game surely seeing Blaze win as Surenkumar comes down the pitch. If it was a conventional point, she surely would have been gone. She will get a fortuitous single. In that other game, I think it's fair to say Somerset are up against it. They need 253 to win against the Blaze, and they are 46 for 5. So I know the Somerset men pulled it round with a pretty impressive run chase against Warwickshire in the Blast last night, but that would be some chase at Taunton if they get it from there. They still need more than 200, with Fran Wilson and Amanda Jade Wellington rebuilding. They were actually 5 for 22 at one point in that one, in quite an extraordinary collapse. Cassidy McCarthy with 3 for 12 off 4. So that's a full toss. It's completely missed out on that. It's always nice to, in the professional game, occasionally see professional cricketers produce something that give us village cricketers something to show that it happens at all levels.
Better line and length there from Smale. And Freeborn again misses out. I think sometimes she's maybe a little guilty of playing with too much of a horizontal bat. I think on that full toss on the previous ball, I think if she played it with a straight bat, she could have basically clubbed it down the ground instead of just a bit of a swat into the ground. This time though, slashes at it. It will just tickle away for a single.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was chatting to an analyst about Abby Freeborn earlier this season before she played against Yorkshire in the County Cup quarter-final, where, ironically, she went on to get quite a lot of runs and see her side to a 10-wicket victory despite said analyst's work. But was looking at exactly what you mentioned with Freeborn. She scores her runs in a very unusual way because of that heavy bottom-handed grip. You have a heck of a lot of runs basically square of the wicket both sides. She loves to step away to leg and open up everything from a very, very fine third round to point, and then doesn't tend to score too much through the covers or through that kind of square leg to mid-wicket area, but then hits a lot through cow where that bottom hand comes through, and hits a lot very straight down the ground with that very modern looking baseball style shot essentially. So she hits the ball in very unusual areas. When she gets it right and she's with a player that's a bit more top hand or a left-hander, she's an absolute nightmare to bowl to. But you're right, it is a little unconventional from Freeborn. You don't see a straight bat in the old school sense too often, but it works for her. It's an individual game, isn't it?
Oh, it absolutely does work, and Scrivens comes on, brings herself on to bowl a bit of spin, and again that one worked behind square for Freeborn. I suppose with that baseball style, it does mean you get an awful lot of power. Sometimes when you go for the conventional high elbow, hitting it down the ground, it looks beautiful, but you don't.
Style, we're going to call it.
Thank you very much. You don't get too much of the power, whereas the ugly baseball style, which is also the Tina Goff style at times, you get a lot of power because it's almost like a tennis forehand.
Yeah.
And I think on that occasion it was just maybe an example of why it sometimes won't work, because one of those low full tosses, it's more difficult to kind of play it hockey style because it's too low to the ground to access with a horizontal bat. That's a beautiful shot though, through the covers from the Warwickshire teenager Surin Kumar, who moves on to 29, just slightly over pitch there from Grace Scrivens, and nothing more than a push, but it was all timing from the Warwickshire number 3 as they inch closer. In fact, they inch over the 100 mark, 100 on the board with that boundary.
I'll tell you what, that might be the shot of the day for me. It's a gorgeous shot.
It's not like there aren't fielders out on the offside. You've got the conventional mid-off, you've got cover and extra cover, and just seem to thread the pure timing. Just a few adjustments on the back of that from the skipper Scrivens. A bit of a straighter mid-off and extra cover. This time Surin Kumar just rolls her wrist on that, looking for the 2, but Freeborn in the end not interested.
It's interesting, quite a few of Scrivens' Essex teammates think that she under-bowls herself with these offies, and think that historically through the Sunrisers era as well, she's often done that as well. Very flat off spinners, tends to dart them in, bowls her overs very quickly, as this time it's out away for another single. I know that the coaches at Essex have been big on working with her and essentially seeing her bowling as more than a plugging gaps, filling in overs, as a genuine fifth bowling option.
It's always the curse, as that one is played away beautifully by Surin Kumar. There'll be no stopping that. 4 runs. It's the curse of being a bowler when you're captain. You tend to either overbowl yourself or underbowl yourself, and Scrivens maybe just not using herself as much as she might, but I suppose she also sees her role as being the run scorer, and that's what she wants to do. And if she can score runs, then her team more often than not will have a chance to win the game, and any kind of brain space that is taken up from bowling maybe detracts from her batting, given that she is also captain, has to look at the field placements for, in the longer format, 50 overs, which I know from experience is a draining job. So maybe that's why she said, okay, well, where can I provide the most value? That is of course with her batting. But over comes to an end. It's a relatively expensive one, goes for 11 with those 2 boundaries, And Warwickshire move to 106 for 3 after 18. So there's 15 overs left now for the Bears with that equation. 14 overs, 126 needed, so exactly 9 per over required.
We've got a big result elsewhere from the Tier 2 semi-final. Smale gets ready to start this new over to Freeborn, who stepping away and making room. And that goes back to what we were discussing about her technique earlier. Her default first movement, Abby Freeborn, is to back away to leg to clear that front foot. It's what makes her so powerful and dangerous. Yorkshire have beaten Middlesex at Radlett in that semi-final with just over 11 overs to spare. They've won by 6 wickets quite comfortably in the end. Down the track, Surin Kumar, and straight at extra cover and dropped. Should have been taken. That could prove very costly. She's looked so fluent in this innings, Amu Surin Kumar, for long periods, and she gets alive. Shelled on 34.
I think the skipper there, Grace Scrivens, was just slightly put off by how slowly that ball came to her. As this one goes up in the end, it could be a second opportunity in 2 balls. This time it's dropped once more. It's Eva Gray out there in the deep who drops it, kicks it away in frustration. Luckily for her, there was a fielder nearby to do the mopping up, and it's been a costly 2 balls here for Essex. First, Surin Kumar is dropped by the skipper Scrivens in the covers. Very next ball, Freeborn gets on strike, skies it to a wide long on. Both pretty much regulation catches, you got to say, and both shelled by Essex. Could that be another moment that just changes the game in favour of Warwickshire? They've not been overly lucky, I'd say, in the game so far, but 2 pieces of luck there, and the Bears, well, they can count their lucky stars that both of their batters here are still out there in the middle. This time knocked away, and it will just be a single for Surin Kumar. On that first drop from Scrivens, I think she was surprised at how slowly the ball came. It was almost chipped up. She thought Surin Kumar had middled it, and by the time she kind of realised the ball was coming quite slowly, just didn't get her hands in the right place. The second one was just a regulation kind of skyer, and it should have been taken. Maybe one of those ones where she had a bit too much time, did Eva Gray. Almost got on the second attempt, and well, she's being punished here because Freeborn, in trademark baseball style, just swats that one away, and it's a costly over for Essex. Less so with the run scored, more so that he certainly should have had 1 if not 2 wickets as Warwickshire get to the end of the 19th, 114 on the board.
And you felt like something had to give there a bit, because the required run rate had just climbed upwards of 9. You really feel for Smale, because she'll be walking away thinking effectively she could have, would have, should have had both batters out in the same over. Of course, you get a bit into Doctor Who parallel worlds once you've gone past the first drop, but you take the point. And instead, they're still behind where they'd want to be. They're 15 behind on DLS. That provides you a little guide. But this partnership has gone to exactly 50 off 46 balls, and it's setting up a nice charge here. Just jumping back to what we were saying about Freeborn, talking to a couple of analysts on the circuit about that pre-delivery movement. And basically one thing they and coaches have stressed to players when bowling to Freeborn, and it's a good bit of advice for any youngster, is don't change the ball you were going to bowl based on what she does.
Yep.
Bowl your best ball, because Freeborn often benefits a lot from bowlers bowling more bad deliveries to her than they might to others, because essentially they're thrown by how cleverly she uses that crease.
Continue with seam from this end, but it will be a change of bowler, as it's Esme McGregor who changes ends to come on to bowl this 20th over. The partnership, meanwhile, is worth now 50 plus that wide, so 51 partnership between these two. And Essex maybe just unwittingly opening the door here to Warwickshire with those 2 missed opportunities in the previous over. Textbook cover drive there for none for Surin Kumar. I think it's right what you say, Michael, that sometimes you can get too in your head as a bowler about what the batter's doing, and without going into our cliche book again, the game doesn't change whatever the batter's doing. The stumps stay where they are, and I think it's much of a head game, a brain game as anything. Don't be too put off with what Freeborn's doing, because it then just plays into her hands as soon as you start changing. And this one's an appeal, and the umpire leans back in contemplation. scratch of the nose, but that's as high as his finger goes.
It reminds me when you say that, I was commentating on a game at Scarborough the other week where the umpire took his hand out of his pocket and went all the way up to his shoulder and went to get his pen out of his jacket, which is sort of all the times. Sliced up, someone's got to take it, keeper calls for it and drops it. It's a third drop catch in 2 overs. It was not an easy one. I think the wind took it a bit away from Amara Carr as well. She ended up only getting the edge of the gloves on it. Back in life. My goodness me, you got to feel for Esme McGregor, who deserved a wicket but doesn't get it.
It was a brilliant effort in the end from Amara Carr. I don't think it should have been her catch, in all honesty. You've got Monroe at point. You've got also Grucock at covers. I think both of them ended up closer to the ball than Amara Carr, who had to put on a full sprint, having probably not seen the ball till a bit late because of the helmet. And in the end, it was Monroe and Grucock just watching in horror as Carr really wasn't able to get there. Again, maybe just a bit of a brain fade moment there for Essex, who in the last couple of overs haven't been at their tight best in the field. Well, that's one way to do it then. Instead of relying on your fielders, you just clean up the stumps instead. Wrong shot there from Abby Freeborn, trying to just lift it, paddle it over the keeper, only looks back in horror to see her leg stump upended, and that will be the next wicket to fall, the 4th to fall for Warwickshire, just when they thought they were safe. It was safe to get back in the water. In the end, Freeborn has to go. I think she'll be disappointed with that one. Sometimes when you're given opportunities, you think, okay, this might be my day, and maybe just that sense of overconfidence, or I suppose just trying to play your shots, is what does it in the end for Freeborn, as she has to depart. The change of bowling works for Essex as McGregor comes on, back on at the other end and takes the wicket. Warwickshire 116 for 4.
Yeah, Abby Freeborn gone for 20 off 26. The thing that will really frustrate her is she got set. That required run rate starting to get north of 9. She needs to accelerate, and then she gets out, which leaves it to the next batter to come in and have to start from scratch again. And she's someone that has that ability to be so destructive. We were just talking about how she uses the crease. She likes to step away to leg most of the time, but she does occasionally to mix it up, come across her stumps, and it's very much one of those where, you know, once upon a time in the game, a generation ago, people might look at a dismissal bit like that and be like, you know, what the hell are you doing? You're trying to paddle sweep a seamer. But that's a shot that scores Abby Freeborn a lot of runs quite a lot of the season and gives a lot of seam bowlers nightmares, but this time it didn't work.
Straight down the ground there by the new batter, and it's Nat Wraith who's come in at number 6 for Warwickshire. Yeah, I suppose without wanting to be too old woman yelling at cloud about it, I think Abby Freeborn was playing straight down the ground so well, and even if it was that unconventional style of clubbing it, she was playing that shot with confidence and getting runs for it. I suppose, yeah, with hindsight it's always to say it was the wrong shot, but I also think the ball's just not getting up as much as it was earlier in the day. Yeah. And you could see that one, she went for the scoop and actually hit leg stump about halfway up. So it wasn't one of those where you think, oh, it's unlucky, it just clipped the top of leg stump. It just thudded into the stumps, and yeah, in hindsight, not the right shot at the right time. And I think she'll be more frustrated than anyone that she kind of threw her wicket away there as we get to the end of the 20th over. 116, importantly for Essex, after 3 missed opportunities, it's 4th time lucky for them as they do get that 4th wicket.
Yeah, it's always easy here in the commentary box, isn't it? I totally hear everything you just said. I mean, if I was to play devil's advocate back, it would be Smale starts a new over and is slapped away through the onside to that short boundary. Only a few yards to Gardner's left, but it was timed sweetly. 1 bounce 4. Good start for Surin Kumar. That required run rate nearing 10, so that demands a response, and she gave it short fine legs in the ring. So what Freeborn is thinking, given that long on's just gone out, is that actually, well, now you've brought them up to send them out. If I get that past them, I've got 4.
I think these are all valid points. I suppose it's just about playing the probabilities, as that one is a lovely stroke over the covers, a hop, skip and a jump by Surin Kumar, and it's another boundary to add to her collection as she moves into the 40s and just leading the counter charge here for Warwickshire. Yes, it's about the percentage shots, and a paddle is a brilliant shot if you can execute it, and Abby Freeborn can execute it more than most, but it's also a high risk shot, and I don't think in that situation when you've just given up 2 chances at that point, that's the shot to play at that time.
Yeah.
But again, that's me sitting in the commentary box wishing I could play that shot. 124 then. Surin Kumar with that boundary moves on to 41. And it's been a great hand so far from the Warwickshire teenager. Certainly seems that the gamble to move her up the order, having only had 2 innings so far and scored a 2 and a 0 in her 2 innings, she's really impressed. And just smears that one to deep point to get herself off strike, and now moves to 46. A reminder that the top score of the game so far is 47. That was Joe Gardner, and Surin Kumar 1 away from that.
So it's almost like we're on the same wavelength, because I was just looking up her list A record, and this is comfortably a list A best by quite a distance. 106 runs at an average of 13 and a strike rate of 64 for the 18-year-old Surin Kumar until now, as that's off the trusty outside edge used by all cricketers around the world extensively. Nice little bit of flick fielding to keep it in play from Ariana Dowse, and that will be 2 more, so it will be a first list day 50 ever if she can get there. But for context, a high score in women's list day cricket in her 16 games and 12 innings so far for Surin Kumar was 25, so this is comfortably a career best.
I suppose that the coaches are working with her every single day. When you look at her record in the competition, 2 matches, 2 innings, 2 runs and 1 duck, you think, okay, well, it was by virtue of the fact she was batting lower down in the order, but they see what we have now been seeing out there in the middle, which is someone who's supremely talented with both bat and ball. And maybe this is the exact time that you do put her in. It's a game where the stakes aren't as high as they could be, and she's got the opportunity to play with a bit of freedom.
Well, so that's exactly what I was about to say. I mean, I was chatting to Laura McLeod about this. For those unfamiliar, Warwickshire Women Director of Cricket, you essentially said in as many words that if they were still in with a semi-final chance, there's every chance she might not be in the playing 11.
Right. And
if she was, she certainly wouldn't be batting 3. So as McGregor continues to Rafe, who slices off the outside edge and will get 4. Well, she's beneficiary to that very short boundary. Even Joe Gardner's excellence out there can do nothing about that. And you have to feel for McGregor a little, because that boundary on this side, maybe 40 metres, it's properly short. So it scuttles away.
And it's what we were saying very early on this morning, which feels like a very long time ago now with the rain delay, that don't tell anyone out there in the middle that this is potentially a dead rubber, because Surin Kumar, if she gets to her 50, she'll remember this game as that one's just going to be a wide down leg side. She'll remember this game as her first list day 50, and it won't be, it was bottom against second bottom and there was nothing really on the
absolutely.
line. These are the opportunities that you have to grasp, and she will know that Laura McLeod is here, that the coaches are all here watching.
Her first 50 in any professional game, by the way. And she spent a period of time, up and around it with the Sunrisers, and now here. As that's flicked away, I think we are going to have to write apology handwritten notes to Surin Kumar's families. That's good running to get back for 2 if she doesn't get to 50 now, because we have talked for a few minutes about it as if it's in existence. She is 4 runs shy of it, but I think only the most mean-spirited and cruel Essex supporter watching this would deny that she deserves a half century for her efforts, but the game doesn't always give you what you deserve. As McGregor bowls a slowable down leg that will be a wide.
Well, she's been going at an excellent strike rate as well, 46 off 43, knowing that she kind of had to keep that pace up with the wickets falling around her. She was out there with Perrin for a while and Freeborn, and she's just been the anchor so far, now having been joined by Nat Wraith. I suppose for Warwickshire they still have batters to come. They've got Georgia Davis, Izzy Wong, she can hold a bat, so they've got options. It's just about 1 or 2 batters staying in the game, and that's a lovely cover drive. Clearly Nat Wraith has been taking lessons from Surin Kumar, because we had that one a couple of overs ago, and that one slightly on the up but safe enough, and it's another boundary added to the Warwickshire collection.
Yeah, one of the shots of the day from Nat Wraith, and it's worth saying she's a bit of a hidden gem in this lineup, coming in down at 6, Rafe. She has a strike rate in the competition of almost exactly a runner ball, which is comfortably higher than any of her teammates. The next best is Davina Perrin with 85. She's their second highest run score with 258 runs at an average a tickle under 26, and she's very capable of dealing with difficult situations. In their last game before the 100, she walked out with the beautifully brilliant platform of the score being 32 for 5, and she made 47 off 49, and she's got a bit of a reputation in the group, and she's had this throughout her career, is coming in at 7 and scoring tough runs, whether that's either finishing an innings off and providing an accelerant or being the person to rebuild. And right now she's made a confident start to things here. That required run rate is just hovering around that 9 and over mark, which in this era of power hitting and with a short boundary on one side and teams batting deeper than they ever have before, one of the big changes of professionalism, does not scare a team like it once would.
Especially with the shorter boundary as well, where you can stroke it for 4, as we've seen through the covers from both of these batters out there in the middle. A run rate of 9-10 is not something that they'll find insurmountable. And again, it's just about keeping themselves in the run chase for as long as possible, and then the pressure will get to Essex. We've seen a few pressure catches go down already, and it's all about just wrestling that momentum back in your favour. And I think, again, going back to the coin toss, this is exactly the situation that Warwickshire might have envisaged. Yes, they probably didn't want to be chasing 200 plus, but they knew there might be reduced overs, and then they knew that they'd be more comfortable knowing exactly what they have to do. And now with this equation, I'd say it's pretty firmly balanced, isn't it? 92 required in just over 10 overs.
It's a discussion we've heard for a while permeating around, which is we're maybe in an era where DLS might need almost a modern further adjustment, because there's a real sense now right across the world that it always favours that side batting second quite heavily. That's gone. Bowled. McGregor gets the dangerous Nat Rafe, who's been such a gem so often coming in that middle order for Warwickshire. 140 for 6. Rafe has gone for 13, and it's a nice little bit of movement. So McGregor picks up 2 in as many overs, and that's a very useful one to get, because so often she's coming clutch for Warwickshire down the order this season.
Just seemed to go straight through the gate. A bit of a swish there from Nat Rafe, almost a bit of a nothing shot. It was just a regulation delivery from McGregor, but again, she picks up an important delivery, an important wicket at a good time, her second of the game. And Warwickshire now 140 for 5. Surin Kumar's still out there, still on 46. So, I mean, maybe if her family is watching, they might have forgotten by the time she might get to her 50 about our conversation, because the curse is still on her. But she just hasn't had much of the strike recently, as it has been.
It always seems to be the way when you're in the 40s, you're in the 90s. Suddenly the strike slips away from you. You find some singles out to the sweepers that doesn't help. While we're waiting for a resumption, just worth tickling you through some of the details of that semi-final result to do some cricket admin. It will be Yorkshire versus Glamorgan in the Tier 2 Metrobank One Day Cup final next Sunday the 14th of September, which will be live streamed on the ECB channels at Worcester. Middlesex 194 all out, Saskia Hawley with 83, 48 not out for Gaia Gole, but 2 wickets each for Hannah Rainey. Ria Thakral and Beth Langston kept them in check, and Yorkshire chasing it. Steg Callis, who of course spent a lot of this season on loan with Warwickshire, was 65 not out. Amy Campbell with a quick fire 34 not out off 18, 37 for Yorkshire's sometime captain today, vice captain Maddie Ward with 37, and 2 wickets from Saskia Hawley, not enough to see her side through to the final. Abtahar Maqsood continuing. Change up here in the commentary box. Down here in the commentary patio, the press patio, as Richard Starkey's brilliantly coined it. That's Abtahar Maqsood. Starts a new over with a nice delivery that kept a bit low from that reaction of Suren Kumar, who's just signalling to her batting partner that Lizzie Wong that it was the top spinner, as Barbara Daniels settles into the seat alongside me. That's swept hard out to deep square leg for 1. Brings Wong onto strike. Wasn't her day with the ball, but she's the kind of cricketer that can make things happen, Izzy Wong. And she will naturally want to counter-attack.
Sorry. Yes, she would naturally want to counter-attack. I hope she gives herself a little bit of time, particularly against a leg spinner, before she goes. But let's see. But she is going to need to do something, because they're quite a long way back off the DLS now, aren't they?
Hard down the ground, but straight at mid-on from Wong.
It's a nice shot for non, that, actually.
It's hit that very well. Maksud. Wong is going to fancy the short boundary here in the leg side hit. And Maksud has got 3 sweepers out there for the catch.
Just put long off back. Oh.
Well, Sunkima goes to make her ground. I don't think Maksud was looking to run her out at the bowler's end. I think she just lost her run. Oh, that's short. That's a horrible delivery, and it keeps low, noticeably low. Wong had gone back, understandably, thinking of the pull shot. In the end, she gets a trickling inside edge away for 1.
Keeping low.
Sweep again. Oh, just got the toe of her bat then. I was looking for that coming our way, and it's just made its way to short mid-wicket.
We are, it's safe to say, pretty close to the result in the one other women's game that is left that is not ours, that's still live today. So he gives that plenty of flight. It's another dot, or it should have been another dot, half a misfield from Scrivens. They'll get through for 1. Somerset need 100 to win off the last 10 with just 2 wickets in hand, so that really, bar a most improbable situation, will be the Blazers game, and that would take the Blaze up level on points with Lancashire in second. If they get the bonus point win, they'll actually go above Lancashire into second. Somerset would stay 6th, with Durham 5th and Surrey 4th, and it would, with just 2 games left, it would mean that Hampshire, Lancashire and the Blaze were almost certain to be 3 of the 4 semi-finalists. And it would leave Surrey, Durham and Somerset in a bit of a bun fight for the final spot of finishing 4th. 4th place first, 2nd place third, of course.
Yes, it's quite nice that they've got that there will be 2 or 3 teams fighting for that last, keeps these last few games full of interest, doesn't it? I think. And I think it's nice to see a proper 2 semi-finals as opposed to...
You're not a fan of the Eliminator? It's not your thing?
Not really. I think...
There's merits and drawbacks to both.
I like to see maybe in that sense I'm a traditionalist. I like to see a proper semi-final, and I think again, even in the 100, it gives more teams the chance to still be in it. Because I think in the women's 100 this year, from quite early on, there were lots of teams, not going to make it, and I just think it gives more.
I guess if you were to play devil's advocate for the sake of doing so.
Again playing devil's advocate, honestly, Mike, why don't you
what
not?
else am I here for? I broadly do agree with you, and it's of course 2 games. It's more fun to have 2 games of exciting cricket than have 1. It's that short, and that's it, leading edge. It would have been the simplest of catches for a relatively short mid-on, and instead it's just
a nice
one more
space there.
The one thing I would say with your 1 and 2 get home semi-finals 1v4, 2v3 is you don't get a lot of reward for finishing first across a long extended league phase, and there is something to be said for if you finish first across a double round robin, you've probably really earned that.
But then whatever the rules are, those are the rules that you know from the start. I don't think, for me, you just know you've still got to do a semi, but here we go. This could be... Oh, I thought that might be the single for the 50th.
So funny you mention that. Do you know what's really curious about what they've done next season?
For what competition?
For all of the competitions.
Oh yes, there's been a change.
So
I haven't got my head round.
No, it's okay. Yeah, I have. So
really,
you've got the T20 and the 50 over comp, tier 1 and tier 2.
Yeah.
And in both competitions and tiers, there's 1 of each.
Oh, okay. So there's one
it's a
proper semi-final.
It's a mismatch. As that's flicked away, might have been bat, might have been nothing on it. Well, it's confirmed as wides. 5 wides. They've kept it so tight recently, Essex, but that has just let the pressure valve loose here.
Brought the 150 up.
And brought the 150 up
Warwickshire.
as well. Well, that's just what you don't want. They've been a really good period. The over from Maxud had gone for 3 after the wicket that saw McGregor got rid of Wraith. And the previous 2 overs before that had gone for 12. So it just kept things nice and tight for a little period of the game until that moment.
So they still need 85 though off.
Yeah, you'd still
10.
rather be Essex. Just about. That's
There we go.
Flicked away, that'll be 1.
That's a very well played 50. Let's do that
yes.
first, I think.
Amu Suren Kumar with her first ever 50 in senior women's cricket at List A or T20 level. She had a List A best of 25 before this knock, a T20 best of 44, but for the first time she crosses that half century. A day to remember for the 18-year-old. 50 off 50 balls with 4 fours and a 6. A very well batted doff of the cap to Amu Suren Kumar. So that's smashed away, and that will be runs out towards the long boundary.
That was well picked up.
That'll be just
the
2 of them.
Yeah, it's been lovely to watch. Actually, Suren Kumar batting and bowling, and I didn't before today. I didn't realise she was only 18, and I just think here's another exciting cricketer who, over the next couple of years, it'll be fascinating to watch her develop and grow in confidence. So that's a very well played innings today.
Just drops a bat on that one. That's a valuable dot for Gray. End of the over, 151 for 5. Just
24, so there's only 8 left.
Just coming back to those reforms that I was mentioning.
Sorry, yes.
So next season the women's blast, like the men, is reduced to 12 group stage games, 6 home and 6 away. With Yorkshire coming up, what that means is that you play 4 teams twice and 4 teams only once. With the blast, there will be semi-finals, 1v4, 2v3, and then a final. But in Tier 2, there will in fact only be 3 teams going to finals day. There'll be an eliminator, 2v3, and a final. Right. So whether you get a semi-final depends on which tier you're in. And for the Metro Bank One Day Cup, it's completely reversed. Suren Kumar is driving straight to cover, but that escapes through Scrivens and will be 2. So in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, if you're in Tier 1, there is an eliminator.
Okay.
But if you're in the 50 over Tier 2, there are semi-finals. So it's a flip reverse for Tiers 1 and 2. So it's a bit of a mix and match.
Okay, that's already given me a headache.
That's smashed away. It could be caught. Oh, running around. Goes away for 4. Eva Gray doing her absolute best. It was an awkward one. She was trying to make sure she stayed inside the boundary rope too. And it scurries away for 4 more, chancing her on as she's got to at this stage, Suren Kumar, and she slightly gets away.
That would have been a tremendous catch if she'd taken that. That was one of those where you're not quite sure whether I'm going for it or not.
That's who you're watching on the replay over and over again kind of catch. Card run rate up not far from 10 as Maxud this time gets a dot in. Yeah, in terms of the headache that you mentioned, I know what you mean, because when it came out a couple of weeks ago, I had to read through that a few times just to make sure I definitely got it correct. So yeah, it's very much hedging its bets.
Well, and it's still changing, and it'll be again as new teams or more teams come into the professional, the Tier 1 stuff. It'll keep changing, won't it, in the next few years? So, but yes, I think on principle I prefer a semi-final, but.
Definitely gives double the drama of 2 knockout games. That's flicked away. Should be a simple catch for Gardner and taken. One of the best fielders out there. She's not going to drop that. They've dropped a few today, Essex, but finally Amu Suren Kumar, who was dropped twice, goes after an excellent innings that the 18-year-old will never forget. Her first ever 50 as a women's professional cricketer, but she is out for 56 off 53. A 3rd wicket for Abtahar Maxud, whose spell is turning the game Essex's way. 159 for 6. Suren Kumar is caught Gardner, bowled Maxud.
Well, that's a really lovely innings. So she did have to go for it, just in terms of trying to keep Warwickshire up with a run rate. And it's a good catch in the end, but it's been lovely to watch a young player getting her first professional 50, and she's at least kept Warwickshire in the game here for longer than they might have been. We're just having a commentator change here as Tina Goff is coming in for the last few overs, 7 overs I think to go.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate end to Amu's innings, wasn't it? But
She got to go for it, hadn't she?
yeah, she didn't die wondering, did she?
No,
Because
and she played really well. I say she kept Warwickshire in the hunt, but and then Maxie's having a really big influence on the game from her first 2 quick wickets in her very first over, wasn't it? And she's come back and taken a very important wicket for Essex.
I was a bit surprised actually that when she bowled her first spell that she came off relatively
Yes,
early.
she did actually, didn't she?
We were saying at the time, weren't we, that she could basically bowl out her 7 and tie up one end.
Oh, that's a big shot from Hannah Hardwick. That must be 6. Yes, hit the netting at the back. She's been greeted by cheers from her Warwickshire teammates. I just have to say, as an observation, we've got a ground security guard in front of us who has probably been the most unimpressed observer I think I've ever seen at a cricket match.
He's very much got words of
half empty.
pearls of wisdom from every misfire.
And if you've been really lucky, we might have picked it up on the effects mic. So he may have been a third commentator throughout the whole game.
I think even he would have had to have admired that shot from Hannah Hardwick. She can hit a long ball.
That was a very good shot, second ball in.
She'll need to do a few more of that with the equation now for Warwickshire. 67 needed off 42. 7 overs left.
67 and 42. Well, you see a few more shots like that, and it does bring it back in. But so let's see what Izzy does. I can't hear. Sorry. What's that? Ah. That's banged in short, and Izzy Wong has hooked that very nicely out to deep square leg, just for a single.
So you've got 2 batters out there at the crease who can hit a very, very long ball. They're generally there for a good time, not a long time, but I suppose they've only got 41 balls left now. And if they can click, it's certainly not beyond the realms of possibility. It's a big if, though.
And this is where, if you think back to Essex is, that's not easy to say, innings, they went big right at the end, didn't they? They were being contained, and then they scored very quickly in the last few overs. And this might be where Warwickshire would be looking back, saying we let them get away in that final partnership.
And it's always easier, isn't it, to put your
It's
foot
easy now.
Yeah, it's also easy now. It's easy to put your foot on the gas when the stakes are relatively low in the first innings, because you think, okay, well, if I get out, I get out. Whereas if you've got the scoreboard pressure, and Warwickshire now, both these batters knowing that they're going to struggle if both of these get out. You've still got Georgia Davis to come, but not exactly what you'd call big hitters, as this one is going away.
Oh,
and
that's
it's
a great catch.
Outstanding catch out in the deep, running away to her right. Izzy Wong must have thought she got hold of all of that. If it wasn't a 6, she probably thought it would be a 4, and even she looks around in astonishment, as that's a beautiful piece of fielding. And Izzy Wong's innings comes to an end thanks to one that will certainly make the highlight reel.
I still don't think it's impressed the security guard, though. There's not even a smile. But that was the best catch of the day by far. That's unfortunate for Izzy Wong and for Warwickshire, but that was a brilliant catch.
It's one of those where you kind of fall away to your side, you put your hands out and you hope for the best, which is maybe not doing the fielder enough of a service, but it was a brilliant piece of fielding. Izzy Wong must have thought she got hold of enough of that one. And it certainly would have been if it went to the shorter boundary. Unfortunately for her, went to the longer side, and it was taken brilliantly out there in the deep. And it was
that Sophie Smith?
It was Sophia Smale out there, who is doing a very lonely job out there, because she must be covering about 100 metres to her left and right.
Yes, actually, it's like she's done well to find her, really, but she covered quite a lot of ground to get there.
I suppose the shot...
It's a long way away.
It's a long way away. And I think the shot, if anything, was more up than out. and that's why Izzy Wong ended up being out, because she just allowed Sophia Smale enough time to race around to her right, but still she had to make up ground in the last minute with that dive and ended up taking the ball just above the turf. And it's a vital wicket for Essex, as those two, Wong and Hardwick, can do some damage, but Wong is back in the shed, and it's Georgia Davis, the skipper, who joins Hardwick out in the middle.
Also gone for a pull. It's going to drop in front of the mid-wicket fielder this time. It's a good throw from there. But she's off the mark.
The second wicket for Munro, going on a good economy as well, less than 5. It's the best economy of any of the 6 bowlers used so far by Essex. Eva Gray went at exactly 5s. She's still got 2 overs left. You've got Maqsood, she's got 1 left if she does get nominated as one of those 2 bowlers that can bowl her 7. She's picked up 3 wickets at average of 5.67. That one, well, ended up being the most unconventional of forward defensives, as Hannah Hardwick at the last moment had to pick the slower ball from Munro, was only able to punch it towards point.
I think that deceived everybody, actually. But she did actually, and having said that, she did well not to just sort of hit that into the air somewhere. Another slower ball. And again, very effective. Big swing and a miss. No run there. So that's a wicket-taking over. Successful one for Essex. And Warwickshire are 168 for 7th at the end of the 26th. Is that right?
It is indeed.
Yes, sometimes that's a bit slow. So I'm just checking out. I got that right. So it's 6 overs to go.
Yeah, we're lucky here that we have the scoreboard, a big old scoreboard as well, visible to us, so we can always do the double checking. So 168 on the board, 64 is the required amount for Warwickshire. 36 balls for the final 6 overs. I'd say it's not quite...
It's a big ask, isn't it?
Ticked away from them, but it's tough, isn't it?
You'd need someone to come off magnificently at this point.
It's one of those as well where you might have to look at the nuances between men's cricket and women's cricket as well. Maybe in men's cricket, if you have a number 7 or 8 batter coming in, you'd still back him with his power to clear a boundary, whereas here you've got women's batters who are still very skillful, but they're not as likely to be able to tee off with the less pace on the ball as well, to get those runs and just say, oh, you just got to hit 6 sixes. It's easy.
Yes, and I think people perhaps don't recognise that so much sometimes, that you haven't got as much pace to work with.
Eva Graves come back on here,
and she's a good bowler to be coming back on at this particular juncture, isn't she? She doesn't give away very much. She started very well too. But yeah, if you think I'm trying to think those last few overs of the Essex innings, they got away, didn't they? Because at one point they looked like they might only get about 200, and then they ended up with the 235. That's a different game altogether, isn't it?
Well, when Joe Gardner left at the end, or departed at the halfway through the 27th, they were 178 for 6. So from that point they added another almost 60 runs in the final 5.5 overs.
Well, which is now what they need, isn't it?
Exactly.
So, but they need that finish. Oh, that's going to fall safe, I think. So Georgia Davis just again showing your intent, but just miss-hitting that one, but safely into a gap. Just a single.
And it's kind of boom or bust now for Warwickshire. There's no point just limping towards the line and ending up 30-40 runs short. They've got to kind of go for it and see if they can just somehow put the pressure back on Essex. Just get the ball up in the air, trying to hit those boundaries, and if you get caught on the edge of the boundary like Izzy Wong did and like earlier Sarun Kumar did, you say, okay, fine, at least I went trying to do the right thing. There's no point just meandering this game to a close, because, well, then we might as well just pack up our things and go now.
And Essex won't mind these 2 singles, and there you go, and another dot ball. And it's again hard to see from here, but my guess is that Eva Gray varies her pace quite effectively as well.
And she's not the tallest and she's not the quickest to begin with, but just those subtle changes of pace for a medium pacer can make all the difference, especially when you're coming up against a batter who needs to go hard at the ball because they've got no other choice in the situation of the game. And that's why Eva Gray has been able to pick up so many important wickets for Essex in this campaign so far. And another one.
That was a fast ball, that one.
Skipper there, Georgia Davis, lucky to not see her bails flying. She's just swiped again, just trying to look for that short boundary. Understand why that's her tactic at this stage of the game. But Eva Gray, she's not going to change much. She's just going to hone in on those stumps, maybe change the pace just a little. Doesn't have to do anything spectacular here.
She has moved her feet and just sliced that behind square on the offside in the air, but no chance of a catch. Georgia Davis has nicked the strike for the next over. That's a very good over for Essex, that. No, what was he got? 3-4 runs off that?
Yeah, just 3 runs, three singles coming off it. And the trouble is, since Hardwick absolutely battered that 6 at the end of the 25th over, they've now gone 2 overs without a boundary, having only scored 6 singles and losing a wicket as well.
Yes, and I don't think, and Hardwick hasn't faced very many. I don't
no, she's faced just the one since then. And she is someone, and she's proven in this innings that can clear the rope, but she needs to get on strike to be able to do that.
She's using the short ball quite effectively here. Georgia Davis will be a bit frustrated that she's not really being able to put back the ball at the moment. Interesting stance there, with the bat high in the air to start with. It managed to get Hardwick on strike, who has no option now really, does she? But let's try and connect, find a boundary here.
Very much last chance saloon now. 60 required for Warwickshire with less than 30 balls left. Can you imagine one of those overs will be bowled by Maxud, but at the moment Seam is doing the business. Hardwick, this one is hit
very high. Very high, too long. On just, I'm imagining, because there's a bit of breeze here, that might have been swirling around a bit. Just got ahead of herself a little and didn't manage to catch that.
There's Esme McGregor out there in the deep, who's had an excellent game so far, picked up 2 wickets, and just sees that opportunity come and go. It's pretty dark out here, to be honest, as well, so it's trying to pick that white ball against the dark sky and the swirling wind as well. So she puts that one down again. It was similar to the opportunity that we had earlier in the deep as well. On that occasion it was Joe Gardner who almost had it on the second grab as well. On both occasions though, it hits the turf. Hannah Hardwick though, she loves going straight and long. I think she's not going to be put off by that missed opportunity either, because she knows the only way now is to score boundaries.
Flick that one round the corner to square leg. She's looking for 2, but I think that's just the one. Another good throw in there from Smale.
Well, if Essex do take the win here, then they'll draw level on wins with Warwickshire. It'll be their second win of the season. Warwickshire got 2 wins, 7 losses. They did, of course, have that tie and the washout.
That's a full toss that's been dispatched for 4. She'll feel better about that. That's a shame to the bowler, because she's bowled a good over there and just finished with a full toss that's been put away. And she's obviously, that should have been a wicket for her as well there too.
Just under slightly darkening clouds here again.
I just felt a little bit of spittage as well.
Well, I think that would be the only thing that would
Save Warwickshire.
Save Warwickshire. I mean, obviously, they are well behind on the DLS. Still actually 20 runs short of the par score, which is pretty much where they've been throughout the
that's true.
the whole game. So they've been there or thereabouts. They've never been kind of blown away in this innings. But they've, I think, never actually been above the par score, maybe in the first over or the second over. But since then, it's pretty much been Essex in control. Haven't exactly put Warwickshire to the sword, but they've just been comfortable in where they've had their opponents. Going into now the final 4 overs, with Warwickshire still requiring north of 50 runs. 53 is the equation off now. 23 balls after that one flashes through.
Very good bowling from Eva Gray. She's just, I think she is putting it out to that wide, full and wide, and Hardwick struggling to connect with those, and that was a quicker ball. I suspect she'll just be playing around with her paces here. But that's the second time Hardwick's tried to do. It's a very odd kind of. Well, I'm not quite sure how to describe that shot.
Well, she tries to lap it, doesn't she? But she doesn't get low.
No, so it's a very upright lap, which ends up being with almost like half the bat. So the chances of connecting are quite minimal.
It's almost like she's trying to dig a hole rather than play a cricket
like
shot.
Use a spade, yeah.
She goes for the more conventional, try and club down the ground, and Ariana Dowse, who's lurking on the ring, isn't going to be able to stop that one. So it will be 4 runs, and much needed for Warwickshire, but at the moment it feels like it's just putting the gloss on an otherwise disappointing scorecard for them. If we just take a look back again at the scores of the already departed Warwickshire batters, of course, Amisarin Kumar, she was the 1-star turn, 56 off 54, but otherwise the highest score after that was just 20.
That was a wide ball. She's going for that a wide fuller ball again. But doesn't seem happy that the umpire's called that a wide, but he has. Oh, she's saying, I think that was in the guideline. He's made his decision. No. Extra ball to be bowled. She's not very impressed with that, is she?
Abby Freeborn scoring 20, Meg Austin 19. Otherwise just scores in the teens for Warwickshire, and that was what we were saying at the start of the innings.
I was about to say, it's been the sort of story of the season a little, hasn't it, really? And again, if you go back to the whole start of the game, it was a very poor start for Warwickshire in terms of leaking runs in those first 5 overs, and they pulled it back at times, and then they let it go again towards the end. And if when you're looking at the whole game, if they'd bowled a bit tighter, then they'd have been in with them. It's easy to say, in with a much better chance, obviously.
Yeah, well, it's a very fair point with 22 extras bowled by Warwickshire. Okay, buys, you've always just got to take into account there'll be a few buys, but 17 of those were wides.
Right.
I suppose you've got to say that actually Essex have bowled 17 wides as well, so maybe they've just cancelled each other out, but still, it's that sloppy start that you mentioned really just set the tone for Warwickshire's fielding innings, and that one's going to be flashed.
Oh well, that's a well stopped. Actually, that's a good hand. They'll get 2.
Half stopped by Ariana Dowse, who didn't have a chance earlier in the over. I think she's done herself a bit of a mischief there. It was a brave effort as well.
She landed.
She's lucky she didn't have a trip to the dentist booked for this evening, but she did manage to stop it. That's the end of the over as well. It's Warwickshire 186 on the board with 3 to go. But just that sloppy start to the fielding innings, especially given that they won the toss, so you always hope that you get a bit of momentum from having won the toss. Then I suppose the rain delay came at a stage for them where they were like, okay, well, we've got 2 wickets, maybe we can consolidate and then get our act together and come out firing. They kind of did that. They got those 2 wickets
didn't they?
after the rain break, but from then, as we were saying, it then just slipped away from them, thanks to some great batting from Essex.
Yes, yeah.
But it just meant the whole day, you can't really say there's been a period where Warwickshire have been consistently on top.
No, they've had their moments where they could have, if they could have pressed home that advantage, then it gives the batting a chance at that point.
Into the 30th over then, and it will be
swing and a miss.
Esme McGregor on to bowl what will be her 6th over. Eva Gray's bowled out. She finishes with, well, despite being wicketless, impressive figures of 35 off her 7 overs. So
she's bowled well, actually.
Exactly 5, and she's someone that Essex can always throw to the ball to and know that they're going to get a pretty consistent performance, and as has proven to be, just missing a wicket from her 7 overs as that one's clubbed down the ground by the Warwickshire skipper for a single. And just making a change to the field, I think recognising that Hardwick does love hitting it down the ground. They've brought in Joe Gardner from the deep covers into conventional covers, and they've sent out long off. So they're just allowing Hannah Hardwick to have a single down the ground, knowing that at this point very much more than singles are required. I think it's just a spectator walking
Wandering behind
right in front of the sight screen. He does have a black coat on in front of the black sight screens, but yellow card for that spectator.
Oh, that's hit straight to the fielder who's just been moved there. So she's hit that very hard. That's a good catch. That's nice when that happens as a captain. I've just moved someone there. They were probably thinking it was more going to go straight, but she's managed to carve that into the covers, and that's a sharp chance taken.
Yeah, Joe Gardner taking the catch as McGregor picks up her 3rd wicket. Hannah Hardwick almost hit that one too well. If it was along the ground, it would have been a comfortable single. As it was, though, just on the up, absolutely smashed it straight at Gardner, who manages to get her hands up and her head to the side.
That's hurt her fingers, look.
They always hurt more when you drop them.
Well, that's true. That's true.
You've got to say it's been a brilliant little spell so far from Esme McGregor. Remember, she opened up as well, which is never easy.
And how old is Esme McGregor?
In the power play. Very good question.
No, I'm asking that, so you're just assuming that you know everything. There you go, Tina. I suspect she's another one who's not very old.
21 years old.
There we go. Well, no, and she has bowled well today, and she's used the short ball effectively. And she has caused problems throughout her spell, hasn't she? Or spells, multiple spells. Near a police siren. I thought that was the phones going off again. So,
3 hours since the emergency signals were tested on it. I mean, they were tested on a few occasions. Someone else's phone goes off. It's all happening here. What we more or less can confirm now is that the win will be happening for Essex as well. As you have to say, on the balance of play, it would be a deserved win for the guests as well, having
yes, it would. It would have taken
played impressively.
A couple of if someone else could have batted like Surin Kumar as well, someone to keep her in or keep her company, then they might have stood a chance. But I think Essex have deserved this. They batted very well in phases, didn't they? And they've definitely bowled better than Warwickshire have.
Get to the end of the 30th over, so just the 2 overs to play. Warwickshire 190 for 8. So that equation, 42 runs needed in the final 2 overs. Stranger things have happened. I mean, Warwickshire have played out a pretty spectacular tie on the very first game of this tournament. You've got to say, for those of you of a betting persuasion, very much am not, but I'd say that the ball is firmly in Essex's court at the moment as Michael joins me for the final 2 overs of this day.
Yeah, if you were to speak in very modern parlance, 7 sixes.
What are you worried about? With balls to spare.
Exactly. So that's a swipe and a miss. Smell pushing that through. The closest thing that a spinner gets to a wide Yorker.
So they've got 2 overs left. It'll be interesting who bowls the last.
Sliced away. Not really where it was intended. It was meant to be more through a kind of cover point region. And that will instead be a couple. Yeah, there's no... Yeah, because of the situation of the league table, there's no net run rate situation to think of here. There's no real benefit to these two dying wandering. They, as my 2 co-commentators have already alluded to, a better dying trying. Going to get 1 here out through extra cover. Reminding you that This is Warwickshire's final women's home game of the season, so thank you very much to all of you Bears fans who have watched and interacted with the live stream across the season. As that's a full toss, it's a horrid delivery. Almost a no ball on height. It goes hammered on the bounce to Maksud at short third. Of course, Essex have still got one home game to go against Blaze in a week's time. Before that, Surrey away, Lancashire away and Somerset away for Warwickshire. That's another swipe and a miss. Smell hurrying through the over here. It's been an eventful game. If you think of the reverse head-to-heads, probably best remembered for Emily Arlett's 100. Sats away through deep point for one. You think of what this game might best be remembered for. Amri Suryan Kumar's first ever 50, albeit in a losing cause, is one of the things that comes to mind. The wickets of Georgia Davis as well, as we head towards the final over of the piece. It's an improbable equation in truth. Jo Gardner's 47 off 34. She's been very effective in the field again. I do have a level of personal bias there. You know, she's a cricket friend, someone who I've had the pleasure of her company in the commentary box quite a bit, and he's one of those consistently underrated players at domestic level who, by her own admission, hasn't had the season she'd have wanted with the bat, but her score there is the difference for me between Essex ending up in and around, if not below 200, and up at 235, and that totally changes the way this game looks and feels as Munro gets ready to bowl the final over of the game, put the last rights on this, but it's flat batted down the ground out to long on for one, just 5 balls left.
It was that final partnership, wasn't it, that 8th wicket partnership for Essex that ended up being worth 55, and that is going to be the difference between a win and a loss. Warwickshire chasing something like 200, even 210 is a completely different ball game. As it was 235 in a reduced game, it's always going to be a tough task, and it's just going to be a step too far here for the Bears.
You're quite right, and it's Gardner and it's Munro, because Munro, for the second time in a week, this time it will be in a winning cause, has played a gem of a finisher's knock, 36 not out off 19, and it's those two between them, because between them it's 83 off 53, but it's Gardner's innings that allowed Munro to play like that, because when Gardner stepped out, it was after a clatter of middle order wickets and a rebuild was needed. Oh, the slowest of slower balls. I think she's practicing her, we saw it from Curran in the 100, her 40-mile-an-hour lollipop delivery, which almost brought her a wicket. As the rain starts to whip up, and great credit to the ground staff as well, it's worth saying. We've managed to get a very decent game in here on a day where the weather, in truth, has not been cricket weather.
Given that we were off for the best part of 2 hours in the end, we've had a good contest.
Yeah, that's whacked away and will be one more. So Munro just finishing things off with a minimum of fuss. So just 3 balls left. Now, Warwickshire will get past the 200, but it almost perfectly demonstrates what we said about Munro and Gardner and them making the difference in this one. And it will be, for Essex, a 3rd win in this competition this season. A 2nd, in fact, I beg your pardon. As that's gone into the sort of box kind of area, and an acrobatic bit of fielding, but it will not be run out. Well, it's some stylish work behind the stumps.
Was there even an appeal there? I didn't hear an appeal.
We're not quite in line, but we're not far off. And
I thought that was close.
Yeah, we both did. But it reminds me of that one with Elise Perry in the 100 last year. Nobody appealed because they just presumed Elise Perry can't possibly run herself out with a needless single to short third or short fine leg.
That is the 200 up, so at least that milestone has been reached by Warwickshire, but it will be, of course, in a losing cause here.
That's skied up, it's over the keeper's head for slightly fortuitous runs. And that is that. So Warwickshire finish on 204 for 8. Essex take the game by 31 runs. Just a 2nd win in this competition this season for Essex, who with that victory have, like Warwickshire, got a couple of wins in the campaign. Warwickshire's tie early doors against Hampshire means they're just above their opponents, but in truth this was a run chase where Essex always had Warwickshire at arm's length and end up the deserved winners. Reminder, these sides both have 2 fixtures left. Essex away against Surrey at Beckenham on Wednesday the 10th, and then at home against Blaze at Chelmsford on the 13th. Warwickshire done for home games this season, but they have Lancashire at Sale on Wednesday the 10th and Somerset at Taunton on the 13th. Your final reflections, Tina Goff?
Got to say congratulations to Essex. It wasn't a game with everything in it, but you'd say it's a professional performance from them, coming away knowing that maybe there's a bit of weather around, losing the toss then, and being able to come back against the weather, against the toss, and putting on a comprehensive score despite no one really going big. It was very much a team effort, as we said earlier in the day. And then they came out to bowl, and they always just kept Warwickshire exactly where they wanted them. Even when Amu Surenkumar was out there hitting some runs, she just never really had a partner stay out for long enough to trouble the Essex score. So in the end, a good win for them. As for Warwickshire, maybe just a side that's young and lacking a little bit of confidence and experience. We were talking earlier about the maybe lack of experienced leaders in the side, but it's a team that is full of youth and excitement. If you look at Davina Perry and Amisu and Kumar, we've talked about a lot. Even Meg Austin, who hasn't had the campaign she would have wanted. There's so many bright sparks for Warwickshire. It's just a case of when they're going to come to the fore.
And they're a team at the moment that, by their own admission, are much better in T20 cricket than 50 over cricket. They were runners up in the Vitality Blast. They won that eliminator. They ended up losing to Surrey at the Oval as well, and it's quite difficult to play 2 games on the same day like that. And then they lost in that semi-final as well of the newly created County Cup against Surrey as well. So in T20 cricket, it's been a relatively strong campaign. You think of that County Cup again. Warwickshire had a good push in that, knocked out by Surrey, whereas Essex across the season, it's been a tough one for them. Lost at Yorkshire in the 3rd round of the County Cup in the Blast, were well off ultimately qualifying, but get themselves the bonus of a win here. Honourable mentions to Abdullah Maqsood, who's 3 for 34, really started to turn the game, and Esme McGregor, who came back well at the end with 3 for 38. Thank you to all of you for watching right across the world. Thanks to our hard-working production team behind the scenes. Thanks to Tina Goff and Barbara Daniels, alongside yours truly, Michael McCann. Thank you to all of you wherever you've been, particularly you Bears fans who've kept faith with your side throughout much of the campaign. We look forward to seeing you back on one of these very soon, but for now, it's goodbye from